The start date is 55603.4. Last we left the crew, the Kismet and the Maxwell Planck. They were over the Luluri system, Luluri Prime in the Luluri system to assist with a certain crisis of rather large alien beasts ravaging the countryside. The Grenin was able to secure some political. Well, one second. I'll be right back.
So am I the only one, getting annoyed with the fact of the Quaqua make demands, then make threats when they don't get what they want?
Yeah, that seems to be a pattern.
I said, tough love is coming in this session if Grenin doesn't show up.
So yes, you had started. Yes, Grenin had made diplomatic contact with Baron Udik, the governor of the planet and the system, to cooperate and get permission to go onto the planet. You guys had been summoned down by Star Captain Koshi because she had heard about the earthquakes that had started this whole mess. Something you discovered. You had discovered that there was these aliens have been encountered before by the Enterprise. That was through some digging of information by Varder, I believe, to get to that end, and that led to implicating a certain traitor, Xian Kilo, who himself and Major Yemek are going to the Freehold to have a nice chat with him about. Commander Myth is heading over to the Aerolab Leak Royal to speak with the scholar there to assist in the research of these beasts in their new habitat, while Captain Pend is hovering over the mountains in the Kismet. So, the first place we'll go is, I'll be right back because the door is still open. I'll be right back.
So how was everyone's week?
Not enough sleep in mine, personally.
Fairly decent.
And back. Alright, so we cut to the transporter room of the Maxwell Planck. Smith, you are preparing to beam down to the Aerolab to discuss with the scholar about what can be learned about these creatures.
All right.
And where's my music? There it is. Is there any persons or equipment you're bringing with you to the Aerolab?
Thinking. I'm nominally meeting efforts there, right?
She's supposed to meet you there, yes.
All right. Then I guess no.
I mean, would it assist if you took, say, another xenobiologist and maybe a geologist with you?
Like bring along a science team from your ship?
Yeah, kind
I
of.
could bring along a science team.
You can either give me a threat, or you can spend one of your crew support for your ship.
I'll spend down crew support.
Okay. So you have a. See, I was about to telefrag you there. So you have the... No, they're not both. They're one. Science detail is along with you. Boop.
And I
As you
don't
get-
think there's any tools in the books that would make studying rocks easier. So
Is there any tools not in the book you think you might be useful?
not off the top of my head.
Chisel, perhaps. No.
Hmm.
As you're getting onto the pad and your science details, checking all their gear, make sure they have everything, a certain alien steps to the doors. Commander Myth, if I could have a moment of your time.
If it is only a moment, yes. And I'll step down.
Various officers kind of look around and they kind of disregard the alien and you talking since you're not objecting to his presence. Or its presence. He taps on his little pad and kind of looks up at you and you step down. I have a question for you. It's a bit philosophical, but I'm certain it's quite relevant to your current mission. If you'll permit
Indeed.
me.
Proceed.
What is the worst kind of lie?
Say the worst kind of lie is one that harms others.
And what would be the best kind of lie?
Following the same logic, one that protects others.
I put to you, good myth, that the best kind of lie is indeed that which protects others, but the worst kind of lie is the one that protects only yourself. If one is willing to lie to one's own end as well as others, then one is simply foolish rather than any particular malice. I sense a pattern here, good myth. I seen situations like this unfold before, and I'm fairly certain that this case, like others, someone very important is lying to you. And they are lying in such a way, in the worst possible way, and that by this time tomorrow, it is likely that you and your fellow crew will be mourning someone. I say this not to threaten you or to scare you, but to warn you of the rocks ahead of you.
The warning is appreciated, if vague. I will be sure
That-
to be vigilant.
I'll put one last question to you, good myth. What is the best counter to a lie?
Kind of raises an eyebrow. Classically, I would suggest the truth.
And as times ancient, so too shall it be in the future, among the stars and in the space between. Find the truth, and you may avert the pattern.
Very well.
With your permission, Captain Myth, I request that my ship be allowed to leave. I have learned, though I do not accuse you of this, I have learned that the messenger of such ill tidings does not get a thank you for telling us party. So I would like to begin my journey back to DSE as soon as possible.
Of course. You will find that your ship is still undergoing repairs, however, you may take the Quanta from my shuttle bay. I have arranged for your usage of it.
Very good. Thank you, Myth. He nods his head a little bit, taps on his pad, steps out of the room, much to the somewhat worried glances of your crew.
Previous interaction with this entity has proven that, despite its peculiar naming convention, the warnings have been accurate. I'll be assembling further orders for the crew, but in the meantime, kind of nods to the transporter chief. Relay the conversation here to Lieutenant Commander Dorja.
Yes, Captain. The technician nods. And
With that, let's prepare to beam down. Looking at the science team.
You step onto the pad. And are beamed away. In going new scene to Varder.
Oh yes, right here.
If I can find the thing I'm looking for. Oh, hey. Where's the other sound effect I wanted? There it is. You and the Major have entered into the Mayor Barca's Freehold, a domed city on Liluri Prime. It is, according to the intelligence you and the Major have discerned, you're able to find out that this is where this trader has secured a residence. The Major has brought along some of his own forces, armed with their sabers and armor. Do you travel alone, or do you travel with your own officers as well?
Yeah, this would be a nice cooperative thing. Also, I like people with stunning weapons.
Do you wish to give me 2 threat to have a security detail, or are you going to pull it from the Kismet or Plank? Because you'd need to pull it from somewhere.
Question for the commanding officers here. Would you prefer me to give threat or pull it from the crews?
You can pull it from the Kismet if you want.
Sure. It doesn't the Plank have less people to pull. Well, Plank doesn't have security, that's good, so yeah, good point.
Hey!
GM?
Yeah.
Why does the Kismet only have 1 shield?
It should have 13 shields.
I'm not looking at its sheet.
Well, that's because someone, I'm not going to name who it is,
Uh-huh.
fill it out properly. So I'm going to go fix that right now. You know, I'm going to do that person a favor, you know.
Oh, of course, yes.
If the sheet would
Naturally.
close, so I can fix it. Please let me fix it? Pretty please? Okay, there we go. The sheet wasn't loading, so I'm sitting here going like, what's going on? Oh, I see what's wrong. Here.
You are not permitted to until you admit to your own mistake.
There you go. It was in the mechanics, but it didn't flip over until I turned it on and off again, which is a weird thing for that to work. But apparently that's how that works.
Well,
Turning things on and off does work a lot.
To be
How
fair,
everything works.
they have updated a lot of things over the last week, so it explains why
Yeah.
things have gone a bit whiffy.
Yeah. So this is a double of the major. This is just their backup. Do you bring along any extra equipment to your mission beyond your standard issue Type 2 phaser and uniform and tricorder and comm badge?
No. No, well, we'll go with just this for now.
Okay.
Don't know medical, so bringing a medkit doesn't help me at all. It's like, it's easier to do. Great, I still have no idea how to do this.
That's why you bring along a medical detail. Then you have advantage. Anyway.
Advantage?
I can pull a combat medic from the security detail if I need to.
Yeah. So, in this city, it is as you go into the city central, it is you notice that they are very much, they remind you, the architecture and such kind of reminds you of Bajor a bit, with lots of towers and, architecture that tries to evoke the feeling of nature and connection with the planet and stuff like that. So mimicking tall trees or long bridges. In this case, they have long bridges that connect the various buildings into each other, like sky bridges, if you know what I mean. Glass enclosure bridges between some of the buildings. The big dome overhead dominates and lets you see but does allow for you to see the purple sky that of the day.
Is that more traditional Quaqua architecture, or specifically this whole nature? I don't want to call them a cult, but that's the first word that came to mind.
Insight plus Command Arcana, difficulty 1.
Insight, command. Oh, I don't have a focus for this. I'm not even gonna try and ask that one. Architecture, I do not have.
Wait, you don't have an architecture focus? Psh,
I
how
know.
are you ever going to be an
Shocking,
officer
right?
in Starfleet?
That's why I just generally bring a nerd along with me, but I forgot to this time. Yeah, we'll give you a threat and wing. Oh, okay.
So 2 momentum generated. You get the feeling that this is very traditional Quaqua architecture. It's a lot less ostentatious and prestigious looking, like the tower back on Cooley on the Cooley planet, basically where the prince is. These are more understated versions of that same great edifice. These are more for. It's a lot less statues of great people and more a connection, a reminder of what their homeland or their home planet is like. It's like they're trying to make their own little enclave of their home here on this world.
Fair enough. Yeah, that'll have a muttered kind of appreciation.
You notice that the people of this city, they make way when they see the major and their armored soldiers. They part like immediately, with not a look of fear like jackboots that are marching through town. It's more of a, why is the police here? Why is the military here? What's going on?
And then
But none of them are approaching to ask that question. They're more focused on the military people than on you aliens. They're kind of focused on these guys.
it's like they're not even like they've got armed aliens with them. They're like, why is the military here?
Yeah.
It's like, we'll take that. I mean, we're not taking in heavy guns ourselves. It's kind of, we know the Quaqua doctrine. They have pistols and swords.
You actually notice one thing that's, as you look around, and this is also part of your role from earlier, you notice this place is not populated by Quaqua. It's a mixture of 2 other species, the Staffy and the Uxo. The Staffy are kind of among them. You would see them from their, a lot of them seem to have a helmet over their head, not quite an Eva suit, but almost like a bubble that has water in it. And you can see that they tend to be You can also see a faint hint of gills about their neck as they move around, and they kind of back off from the Quaqua military almost immediately. The Oxo kind of look like humanoids for the most part, with a very rocky texture to their skin, with a dark brown orange tinge to it. But otherwise, they seem to have very humanoid features that you've seen elsewhere in the galaxy. Who you find that they kind of stare at you guys a bit more than the Quaqua. Like the Staffy are just kind of busy. Like at most, they're worried about the Quaqua bothering them. The Wuxo will stare at you guys. They'll stare at them, and then eventually their gaze slips over to the aliens, and then they kind of look at you guys with a, what the hell's that? Like not fear, just they turn to the head of confusion of what? But otherwise, they're not getting anywhere near the armed people, so they just carry on with their business.
I mean, yeah, we'll do what we can to not raise alarm. I mean, which probably is just, oh yeah, do we even have our weapons drawn? Not yet.
You can also see in the city that there are little signs that your translator picks up as various storefronts and selling various goods, from minor baubles to technical items like communication parts, media players, that sort of thing.
Actually, I thought, does anyone who is taking notes seem to be like a spotter of some description? Would be the way to phrase it. They're looking in a different manner to just general, oh, what's this?
Inside security, difficulty of 2.
Does this count as guerrilla warfare?
No.
Who's sitting there counting the numbers before we get there?
I'll take it as complication.
Okay. Unless I can lead by example. Hey, you do that as well, security team.
I'll take lead by example as you start you're already looking around and you're asking your team, hey, do you see what I'm seeing?
Yeah.
Or check what that is.
Confirm what I'm seeing here, and that's also how look the difficulty is easier because of it. I need to remember that I do have a team sometimes. Yeah, threat because bold. Reroll that because bold. There we go.
What's that difficulty 2?
2,
1.
yep. Well, 1 now, yep. You notice a decided lack of spotters. And what you know of the Quaqua, it's not like they have very stiff laws, like they have death penalty for basically everything. But even then, the Cardassians had very strict laws too. That didn't stop criminals from resistance or otherwise having a spotter or 2 or 1 rubberneck kind of watching what the local law enforcement's doing. But there's nobody. No one's watching what you're doing. Like the rooftops and overhangs and such have already been cleared by local security.
Huh. That's either a lot of efficiency or a big trap later, we'll find out.
As you're walking along, Major Yemek turns and points to a spire that you're approaching. All right, that's the building we're looking for. That's the hotel of one trader, Xiang Kilo. We've cleared out the surrounding areas so he doesn't have any escape, and we've also grounded all commercial craft. So if he tries to make a run, he's going to walk into some very pointy swords and have a very short trip.
Do you have access to blueprints for the facility?
The major snaps their fingers and someone walks over and hands you a clipboard with a digital outlay of the building.
This is where my lack of architecture comes in again. It's like, okay, let's do a quick. This is his room. This is what should be his escape routes normally. Is there anything that looks out of place? Like this looks slightly odd in this particular section.
Inside con difficulty 2.
Ah. In fact, wasn't I bringing Ensign Shiashur with me?
Yes, Shishishrir.
Shiashur, who happens to have Insight Con.
They are a con officer or command con?
They're a con. Yeah.
Con.
That's if it's something that they think that'll be more useful for when looking it over, or if they just want to help.
Well,
What do
we
you
say con, but not quite con.
Con is also just regulations.
Yeah, precisely. She's more for like rules and regulations more than flying.
It's the weird way that works. But yeah.
Yeah.
Probably just call her in for an assist there in terms of, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she kind of steps out of the security detail to lend her expertise.
Either guerrilla warfare for looking for hidden escapes, or lead by example in terms of, yes, come here, you're learning what. Tell me what you see here.
You could assist with that if you want. Unless you're asking her to assist you.
Yes? Wait, is that it will only work one way or the other?
Yeah, because the primary thing you're looking for is security protocols, ambush, architectural design, building architecture, that sort of thing.
If she's being assisted in that way, would her protocols focus work?
She could use her protocols, because
Okay,
she could
yeah.
apply her knowledge of Starfleet protocols in
I'll
buildings.
assist her then, sure. Go for it, Ben.
Well, I don't think she has a focus because she's got protocols.
Just protocols.
Oh, it is protocols. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm also typing to author in Twitch. I'll spend a momentum.
How dare they engage with content?
As Asala is looking over it, Varda, you're kind of trying your best to point stuff out, but this is alien architecture. It's lost on you. Thankfully, Asala has been trained in... When you're taught in con and protocol, sometimes you're also taught in a variety of Federation species way of building buildings and building starports that aren't Starfleet issue. So you kind of have to learn your way around a variety of locations. So she starts pointing out things like, no, that's actually like a garden. No, that could be an escape route, but they'd have to jump through a window first. You know, that's actually an elevator. That's actually an emergency stairwell, or it can be one. That sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You notice that the major starts pointing out as you're talking over it. Starts saying that his people will move to be in positions that will basically cut the person off from escaping, and having you guys make the actual knock and detain. But Asala notices that if the way that the majors plotted it out, it's almost leaving him a way to run through one of the windows and then get caught outside on the emergency walkways. Like it's almost like you're flushing them out and then they're going to catch them.
Okay. Well. Good thing we've got a stun setting. We can adjust our movements appropriately, though. Yeah, we'll adjust our plan slightly to almost cut that off, but not obviously. It's like, yeah, we're still cooperating with you. It's just rather stun him than have him stabbed.
You can either do two things. You can spend 2 momentum to kind of split off some of your security detail to kind of help cover the escape routes, but without getting in the major's way. Or you can actually, for just moving the security detail, you don't get the advantage, but it's presumed the detail is independently focused on helping capture while you and Asala worry about the knock and confrontation.
We've got momentum. We can spend 2 of that.
As you find like one or two security guys go, you and you go over that. The rest of you are coming with me, sort of thing.
Oh,
So you're not really losing the advantage, but you are still kind of covering your base a bit.
It's like, yeah, you're both extremely competent.
The major looks at you and Sala. So we're agreed on our plan then?
It seems like it, Major.
All right, everyone, to arms and glory. When the major and their group starts running off and splitting up amongst the various skyways.
And
Some of
we'll
your
move
security
off, yeah.
detail falls after them a bit. The rest of them kind of hang out with you. And the plan seems to be that you're told basically an elevator you can go up, and then you're told which apartment door you were to knock down.
Okay, well, we'll not outright knock it down. We're smarter than that. Let's make sure we're not about to kill ourselves opening a door.
Knock knock. Room service.
That would look very bad.
How do you plan to gain entry or gain the person inside's attention?
Honestly, Penned.
Knock knock. Room service.
Okay, sure. If you can pull up hotel protocols for room service, because this might actually be.
Reason con difficulty 2 to research what the apartment hotel's protocols are.
As much of a joke as it sounds like.
Yeah, but it also makes sense. I'm guessing you want
It's a
Shishra.
decent way to surprise people.
Yeah, I'm guessing you want Isala to do this as well.
Yes.
Make
That
her
is-
do all the hard work.
Well, no, we brought you here to be a con officer, so please.
Protocols for the hotel.
Yeah. After tapping away at a pad and pulling up the building's protocols, Sal is able to approximate what would be the room service equivalent, or less room service, but more building super or maintenance crew. You can knock and say you're maintenance.
Yeah, that
And
works.
that wouldn't sound weird to them, because that happens every so often.
Ah, this is entirely going to count as lying against me, isn't it?
Why would you think that?
No, don't think of it as lying. Just think of it as creative storytelling.
Creative storytelling, yeah. Oh, well, that's a personal rep hit for me, so. Hi.
Presence plus security oppose. Because you're trying to fool the person inside to believing that you are, or con, but I assume you want to use security.
Yeah. Would guerrilla warfare work here?
Scary, yes.
It's like, I've done this before.
This feels very familiar for some reason. I'm going to buy some dice.
That is the wrong file. I don't need to look at my intelligence file for this.
Buying as much dice as he can, because this guy is squirrely as all heck, so...
Ah, I see. You are... Not you. Nah, okay. I have reactionary, but not preemptive ones. We have
Ooh, just lost Myth.
3 and 2, because... Yeah.
3
Yeah.
threat, 2 momentum.
Because that gets me my bold and my such, and is the security team assisting me in this?
They can, yeah.
Yeah, sweet.
They make little. They can kind of stand around the
Make
door.
jankly
and kinda,
noises.
Like, yeah, we're carrying equipment. You know, we'll grab. Like one of them like grabs a toolbox. And go, yeah, we're totally maintenance.
Okay, yep. Let's ooga booga this. Okay.
Oh, that's not a great roll. That is a really not great roll. Wow, really? That bad? That plus that.
7.
Even if I'm being generous, that's still not enough. Yeah, that's me being super generous
Oh.
to the enemy too.
So we got 5 momentum.
Yep.
Alright, well, when this door opens, we see our man. Let's shoulder check on in.
As the door opens, you see an alien in a green jumpsuit with what looks to be some sort of company logo for some shipping company. It has Zin Kilo Trading on it, and it also looks to be like a ship identifying badge of sorts. It's kind of half open. You can see this alien has some sort of a energy weapon on their hip, and in their left hand looks to be a what you identify as a security officer very quickly as a pulse grenade. They haven't armed it; they're just kind of holding it like someone holds a teddy bear or a security
Yeah.
blanket. And the guy just kind of opens the door, and goes, "What do you want? I don't need maintenance." And then blink.
Yeah, no, there's not giving him a chance to activate that.
So what are you gonna do? You got the drop on him. He didn't know you were security until you just, especially since you don't what made this work, and it didn't set off his grenade him doing the grenade thing right away. You didn't get a Quaqua to do it, so he heard some alien voice and went, "Oh,
Yeah.
that doesn't have that weird tinge Quaqua voices have." It's like, nope.
So I don't think I can tackle that away from him.
You can disarm somebody of a thing. You're just, instead of doing damage, you're ripping the thing out of their hand. It's basically an opposed daring security, but your goal is to get it out of their hand.
Okay. Lead by example by just going in to get that. Like, yo, let's dogpile him.
So you and security detail rush in to tackle the guy and rip the thing out of his hand.
Yeah, it's essentially by sheer weight of numbers, get the thing out of his hand.
So you basically have one free hit. This person's opposing you with daring security.
I'm sorry, I didn't expect this. It's all. Oh, did you spend threat to give him the grenade?
Yeah, I did.
I think I'll do 1 and 2. 1 threat, 2 momentum. Yeah.
I'll spend one threat. This guy is kind of doesn't want to lose his grenade.
That's fair. It's like his link to staying not free. Not yeah, free is the word. Wow.
So that's 7
Uh.
hits effectively for us.
3 hits. Yeah, completely pull back your momentum. You're able to pull. You and your security detail are able to disarm him of the grenade.
Hey. Oh, do we have a float?
Do you wish to keep the initiative or pass it to Asala?
Can I say question mark advantage? We also got his energy weapon at his hip.
Nah, you'd have to do another
Damn.
test to yank that out of his holster before he can get at it.
We've taken his trump cards with task force surrender.
I mean, yeah, just say that and one more for a swift task.
Yeah, we'll use that one more for a swift task to try and. Bro, you've got like 7 dudes on you. You've lost your grenade. You don't have a chance. Just give up.
Presence plus command or security. Difficulty 2. If you hit, you will do some stress to the person. They may just give up outright.
Okay. I don't think I have a focus for this on this. I was like guerrilla warfare, but I'm like that's kind of intimidation.
Yeah.
This entire thing's intimidation. I think guerrilla warfare is more overtly though. Correct?
It's straight up putting him against the wall and
Yeah.
and letting him know how armed and outnumbered he is.
Yeah. Lead by example doesn't. I mean, I am leading by example by offering surrender, but I don't think you'll let me have that one.
I'll let you do it, but you can't have your security detail assist you. You're just doing it 100% on your own.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. We'll do that and give you a threat. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, and you swift task. That would have been diff 3, but you made it anyway, so
Yep.
don't worry about it. Roll 7 challenge dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The trader stares you in the eyes. You very calmly remind him that he is outnumbered, and you're holding your guards are holding the grenade he was hoping for a trump card. And you notice he looks at you, and then he managed to. He starts breathing kind of heavy. He kind of looks between you. He looks at you. He looks at the security detail. He looks at you, and he looks at the nearby window. And he manages to keep his wits about him.
Okay. Well, quick to action, Asala.
Okay, is it possible for, while this commotion is happening, because I'm pretty sure it's not a quiet endeavour to tackle someone to the ground and have a small argument,
I
that
don't think it was an argument.
that anyone else has stuck their head out of any other doors or someone else that we're looking for?
I think he's the only one we're looking for here.
Well, I'm sure it's this person.
Oh yeah, this is try to. Zian, yeah, I pulled up his security file earlier.
Like Ryder recognized him the minute you saw him.
Okay.
I will note that no one else is poking their heads out because all that's happened so far is there's some loud noises coming from this guy's apartment. Everyone else is kind of minding their own business. Or although you notice suspiciously, there's Charlotte kind of looks around. There's no one in the hallway. There was no one in the elevator. The only person you really saw was the person at the lobby who, at most, looked up at you, noticed you were walking around and not causing any trouble, so they kind of put their head down and continued working.
If that's the case, is it possible to have her enter the room, see where Jankilo's looking, and try to see what he's looking at?
Stepping in, you know, it's the escape route he was going to jump out of. It's basically it's a emergency escape pathway that leads to a nearby building in case the building catches fire. So that's that. He was looking at. The reason he didn't give up is that he thinks in his head he can make it out that window, and he looks like he's about to try it if he gets a chance.
If that's the case, I'll put her next to the escape just as an obstacle, and kind of to the degree of holding an action. If he does get out of the hold and make a break for it, she's there to offer resistance.
Yeah, I'll do that. Sure.
Like, I'm not purposely trying to wrestle the guy, but if he does somehow break out of Varda and make a run for the exit.
All right, so the turn goes to him at this point with that held action in place. Zinkilo glances around, looks very nervous, and in the tussle, draws his energy weapon and fires it at your feet to try to get you to back away from him, to give himself room to run away. He is at. I'm going to impose a difficulty increase to his shot because you're in contact range. You're in range to grab. You're in close enough to grab grenade out of his hand, and there's a dog pile of you. So it's actually hard to kind of get the gun free and shoot even at your feet.
Just like as he's trying, someone's knocking his elbow, and
Okay, buddy, this is your last chance. Good luck. I could give you one threat. You know what this guy's good at? Shooting. That's totally his specialty.
you know what I'm good at? Tanking.
I don't think that's good enough.
Did he miss?
You know what 3? You know 3 as a note is normally within. If someone had security 3, that'd be within their focus range. Too bad his security's 2.
Well, it's not just that. He's
So that's
also
two hits.
he's in contact range as well, so increases the difficulty.
Well, it was diff 2 to begin with. He would have made it if it wasn't diff 2. So he tries to fire the weapon and it fires like into the ground, but immediately your detail's right on top of his arm and is already pinning it. I mean, he still has control. He can still pull the trigger, but it's not shooting at anybody yet. So they're still wrestling with him.
Yep.
His turn ends. He was the last to go. Goes back to you.
Well, you tried. You're gonna surrender now?
You can do the same present security because if you fill up his if you do another 5 or fill up his stress track, he'll just wilt. He'll just
Yeah,
he'll
it's
just
just a. Okay, well, that was clearly a desperation effort, and it's not working for you. Like, my man. Also, there's Quaco outside with swords, and we don't have those. So if you want to be stabbed, by all means, keep trying.
Okay.
Like, it's just the. We're not going to stab you. They probably will.
Present security difficulty 2.
I'll do the same thing as last time. Have a threat.
Okay.
Fish. Oh, no fish.
Roll for me 7 challenge dice. Yeah.
I think that's enough.
I'd hope so.
Eventually he kind of glances at you, glances at your security, glances over at Sala, there's a half second where you can see he looks like he's gonna try to pull his arm up and just kind of sighs and lets the gun fall and it kind of clatters against the ground.
Wise choice. Let's signal the people outside. Well, actually, we can just send a security dude out the window to be like, "Yo, got him, thumbs up."
And there's actually, there's someone, and actually when Asala glances out the window, like Barter comes over to kind of signal to them. You notice that your security guys are like right there, and their swords are drawn they look like they're ready to skewer him the minute he stepped out of that window.
Yeah, figured. Well, he surrendered.
Eventually the major comes by. There's a look your security guys give you that are with the major, and they kind of glance at you, at Asala and Varder, and kind of give a... You notice that they already had their hands at their phasers, and they're looking kind of at these guys and kind of at the major, and they look tense. Like there's tension just ready to snap at any second. But they don't say anything because they're right near the people that are the source of the tension.
I mean, am I particularly familiar with either of them? For two momentum, perhaps,
For 2 momentum, you could be...
or
you could
one
know
of
these
them's
guys, yeah.
psionic. Either or.
Either or, yeah. For
Oh.
2 momentum, that can be a thing.
Yeah, so I can just be like, okay, so what happened? Or fill me in. Let's have a quick mental conversation while I look out the window here.
One of the guards kind of gives makes a knowing glance at the major and then at the guards, kind of indicating that there was an order to kill, and there wasn't the whole lot they could do. All they could do was just kind of be ready for a shootout. It looked like they weren't ready to kill because they weren't given orders to do that, but they don't remember that being part of the briefing when you guys were attacking the apartment. So they were, if you guys...
We assumed as much.
Yeah, but you get the sense that it was very much they got a bad vibe, and they didn't... And you get this familiar feeling, even for yourself, that this feels very... almost like a Cardassian raid of someone's apartment for a suspected political activist.
Mm-hmm. force them to run, and then kill them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good job, Lieutenant Commander. I see Starfleet trains its security well.
Well, we situation kind of changed once he opened the door and saw a grenade. Figured that on a narrow walkway out here would not be a good sight at all.
Your willingness to imperil yourself is commendable, even if it is for someone not of your Federation.
Well, the Federation doesn't stand only for itself.
The Major makes a motion, and the people, his guards sheathe their swords. Your guards finally take a breath and ease their hands off their faces, like, whoo, whatever tension they were feeling kind of fades away. Like they were expecting a fight between you and them.
Is that my poster boy showing through?
Actually, give me presence plus command difficulty 2 because of your trait.
Is this actually because of poster boy?
Yes, now that you bring it up.
Because I realized after I said that is a very poster boy line to say. Does lead by example come into it because of that?
Yeah, I'll take it. You
What
brought
was
this
the
on yourself.
difficulty again?
2,
2. Okay.
so down to 1.
Yeah.
Oh wait, down to 1. It's 2. Why am I downing it? It's because of the trait it's firing.
I was saying lead by example.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, have a momentum. Yeah. Wow. You
Oh.
are a disappointment.
We'll just squash it.
Yeah.
The Major kind of stares at you for a half beat, and you get that sense of, a soldier judging a policeman sort of vibe. But then the Major just kind of grins a little bit, and then waves their soldiers. Fine, we can bring them to the prison hold, and you can keep guard of them then, since you're so willing to be the hero of the story.
This was all done in cooperation, Major.
Your security guys kind of rejoin you and kind of look at them as they're basically heading downstairs just to meet up with you and guide you to where their local police law enforcement facility is.
Yeah. It's like, great.
That was a little close, says one of them.
That is always our job.
Whatever you do, don't let them kill me. Don't let them kill me, says Zin Kalo. Your guards finally realizing, oh, right, he's still here.
Yeah, no, that is not our intent. Put him in restraints and escort Patton. Good work, Ensign Shishrer.
Glad I could be of assistance, Lieutenant Commander.
Look, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Just let me go, all right? We don't have to go down to holding.
Well, you might want to start talking rather quickly and, maybe use... Gonna, 1 second on that, actually. You can take your time about searching him in here for a moment. It is just my guys in here, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Just take your time searching him for a moment, if you will. As pat him down thoroughly and step out of earshot. Lieutenant Commander Varder to Captain Pend.
This is Pend.
We have apprehended Trader Zelenko, and he is quite insistent on telling us what he wants to know before being handed over to the Quaqua, where he'll more than likely be killed. How far exactly are we looking to go here? If we're looking to preserve his life, if anything like that.
Well, generally we would try to not interfere, but in the same breath, we don't openly just allow people to be killed.
Okay, I could hand him a pad, which incidentally has half a window open on something like Asylum.
If you did that, I probably wouldn't need to know about it until it happened.
Fair enough, Captain.
Insight Command difficulty 1.
Which one?
2.
Whoever wants to lead on this.
Hey, it's your dumbass idea. You lead.
Thanks, Captain. If I'm leading, then lead by example. Eyebrow wiggle.
If you do it, I increase the difficulty to 2. But yes, you could use.
Damn it.
Just get a Asala to help you.
I'm doing this deliberately in the way of my immediate subordinates do not need to know. It's this distinctly, this will be my choice if it happens thing. For when it comes to them.
You're trying to minimize the impact here.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, threat, why not? Okay. Hey, look, Panda, I did good. I got us momentum.
Congratulations.
Okay, so the thing that occurs to you, Varder, and the reason I upped the difficulty is because you're a poster boy, and
Yeah.
you're kind of it's kind of working against your image a little. But the legality of this, because you guys are basically tap dancing around the Prime Directive a little bit. Now there are, as Penn pointed out, there are exceptions to the rule. You aren't allowed to violate the Prime Directive because that's an illegal action. The captain. A captain or higher, or the commanding officer, can authorize or challenge the Prime Directive, and the only one who gets hit is them. If you do it and they allow it, it's you committing an illegal action, and the captain being basically tacitly allowing illegal action. But if he approves it, or whether the fleet captain does or Penn does, then only they are hit with challenge directive. I will point out that if you challenge directive, the person who challenged it gets a determination point, because that's essentially what you're doing. Because captains have that leeway. Lieutenant commanders, if you do it, they might turn into a quagmire down the line that you would have to deal with. You might, to the point that Barter might become subject to the Quaqua's laws down the line if they find out that you violated, you helped a criminal escape.
I was sitting here and I kind of figured this is a little bit over the line for what an intelligence officer can get away with.
So the question would be, in that case, do you think it's worth doing?
It's that, or we walk really slowly and interrogate him really quickly as we walk. And then see about convincing the Quaqua not to kill him.
For now, get as much out of him as possible. I believe you have Isala with you at the moment.
Correct.
She should probably have 1 or 2 recording pads with her. Take advantage of that. If you can convince them not to kill him, fantastic. If not, then I could be persuaded, nudge nudge wink wink, to offer some form of asylum.
Understood. I'll keep you in the know-how, Captain.
Understood. Penned out.
Welcome to the gray areas of Starfleet service, everybody.
I literally have a black collar.
Yes. But again, just to clarify, until that stage of where they're going to kill him, this is not my goddamn problem.
Fair enough. I mean, it gives me a line, which is more than I had before. So it's still progress. Ensign Schreier, if you could start running a recording program on one of your pads.
Of course.
Ensign Kilo, if you want to start talking while we escort you, and we can make the escort as long or as short as necessary, and then we'll see what kind of a case we can make on your behalf for your life. So we don't exactly approve of capital punishment.
Oh, good, good. Well, look, all right. Look, all I was doing was, look, I'm not like, I remember this whole thing, this order of steel, but they're pretty good customers, and I kind of don't like making them angry. And I used to have a grandmother who raised me as Quaqua, and there's
Less
certain values
excuses,
about.
more information.
Sorry. Don't kill me. Look.
Does anyone in the room even have a weapon drawn?
No, your security guys, at most, they've put binders on his hands and they're holding him by the arms, but otherwise, they're just perp walking the guy.
Yeah.
Look, and you're kind of walking through the hallways. He's talking away. Asala is recording it. Look, okay. So all I was going to do, I was paid to ship some aliens from one place to another, and so I was going to get paid by the Order of Steel to move them here. And I was going to get a lot of credit for it, and possibly some land on Cooley, which would be great for my business. So yeah, and I was only supposed to move some, and I also moved some, not a lot. I mean, some Order of Steel members to the planet, in the Motherlode sector, and somehow they managed to get the beasts onto my freighter, and then I kind of convinced them to, please don't break my ship.
Only
And
somehow.
Huh?
Only somehow. You don't have specifics on how these creatures were made docile or inert.
Have you ever talked to a Quaqua with a very sharp sword and very loud voice?
Frequently.
Yeah, that. And they are very vocal, especially the men who travel the stars. They get a little squirrely. Asala waves a little bit, like that's the translator translating a euphemism he used. They get nervous.
Mm-hmm.
And I decided not to ask too many questions because I'm getting I got some credit. I was gonna get more later. And yeah. So, but hey, look.
Have names.
I don't have names because we're all part of the Order of Steel, and secrecy is the utmost importance. However, I do know where I landed.
Mm-hmm.
And if you'll let me go, I will tell you where it is. Or at the very least, just make sure I don't die, because I think I can possibly beat this and not have a death sentence. Because I'm serving the prince, even if it is at the force of arms of aliens. But, I'm not trying to, be too upset about that.
We will do everything to make sure that the local garrison does not immediately kill you.
So if you have a pad, like a map or something, I could totally point it out for you. The guards kind of blink like, wow, you didn't try very hard to resist.
It'll be well, he's got his hands bound behind his back, so I'll just kind of be like, hold a pad and... Okay, yeah. You can say the height number or wherever is closest and go from there.
And he's pointed out where the facility is in the mountains.
We'll just ping that up to Myth and everyone else that's relevant to have that.
In the mountains where the
Captain
Kismet
Frost.
just happens to be above.
Yep.
And Varder and company escort the trader to a holding facility in Freehold.
Did you say traitor or traitor?
Little column A, little column B. New scene as we cut back to Commander Myth aboard the Aerolab League Royal. So, Commander Myth, you find yourself aboard the Aerolab Leak Royal, a floating university and laboratory built into a Zeppelin.
Because
Mhm.
of course.
With various, and actually it's to the point that it has incredibly advanced technology. Some of it looks to be woohoo illuminated tech, some of it's Jagoan, some of it looks Federation based, and some of it is Quaqua in nature. Very advanced facility. Although this thing does effectively qualify as a small craft, it's only scale 2, but for a planet it's actually pretty big.
Got it.
Commander Myth. You see the scholar and a bunch of other lab-coated individuals with various badges of honor, and imagine how how people would have like diplomas and they hang them on the wall. These people have them like little medals that they wear on their jackets. So the scholar has basically really fancy epaulets on her shoulders. She has what appears to be what you recognize as a badge that she served in the Star Navy for a time, and some scientific awards and medals. And everyone else seems to be wearing, all the men and women seem to be wearing a variety of other, like, that looks like a geologist medal, that looks like someone got their bachelor's degree, that sort of thing. I'll be right back, 1 sec.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So you finally arrived.
Sure.
Already stopped a murder from happening.
Awesome.
And I was disconnected for a number of that.
So I have a pulse grenade now.
Oh. Can't you already have those?
I can already have those, but I got this one for free. You're like, oh, right. Yes.
What was the name of? Does anybody remember what the name of the Ferengi daemon who was working with Belmont was?
Something?
Oh, I remember that dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember his name.
You can ask the author. Cause
Diamond
that was-
Dunko. No, that's a different one. Never mind. That's a different Ferengi. That's one I still need to deal with on DSD.
Hey,
if
the,
he even
the
comes back.
author in Twitch chat. Who was the Daimon who we had to mess with Belmont?
Yeah.
Was that his Ferengi anyway?
Oh, could have been.
Yeah, it's always possible.
Played Ferengi.
I wrote shit down somewhere. I don't remember.
Wrote shit down. I've never done that.
Right. Taking notes. What?
Ha!
I only do that when I'm running games.
Ha ha!
No, there we go. That's right. Yeah. Damn. I've got. Oh, nope.
Ordek.
Or
Diamond Ordek.
Thanks.
Right. I know what I was doing. I was mixing two different diamond names together. That's what I was getting in my head.
Welcome aboard the Leak Royal, Commander Myth. I've been informed that your Lieutenant Commander Efrix has taken leave back to Deep Space Arcania. But that's fine. We can get to work with just me and you and my various apprentices and assistants.
Very well.
Shall we get to work?
Let us, yes.
So, and she begins walking along, and the small army of doctors start mixing with your small away team of science officers as everyone starts sharing notes and talking amongst themselves. So, Commander, I've heard that you've gotten some samples of of our little rocky friends, and that you may have some idea on how we may be able to manipulate them to not destroy cities.
Indeed. I believe your current expedition will be of assistance in determining the precise nature of these creatures so as to more easily pacify them.
Well, we've learned certain things already from some of the data that your ship was able to share, such as how the various types of species that are on the planet interact with each other. And I believe you have some material that will help us pacify them. So the trick here will be to make it such that we understand how the controlling mechanism occurs and how we can manage to make it manageable in a short amount of time. So with the information you have right now, we can go straight into our prototyping room and begin the chemistry labs and pharmaceutical and get some of our pharmaceutical experts. And we can start working on formulating this love potion recipe of yours. But we can also mount the expedition a bit further and try to gather more samples than you already have in the hopes of making this a little easier. But because ultimately I don't want these creatures to be hurt. I mean, there's too much great and wonderful in the universe to allow it to be wasted on mere military matters. One must expand one's understanding of the things that we rule over, after all.
Indeed. I believe tailoring the concoction so that it has the least possible side effects would be appropriate. If the expedition can be mounted with a modicum of safety, then let us proceed with that course of action.
Very good. I'll have some of your people, we'll go to the command deck and we'll have some of your assistants work with my assistants in gathering some specimens, variety of specimen samples from the creatures.
Of course.
She begins leading you off toward the command deck, and your science team is being diverted off with her science team. So you have this parting of a river of people moving two different parts of the Zeppelin.
Yep.
For all the research and scientificness of it, you still have the very aesthetic. Fine sculptures, pictures of prominent on display, little museum like mock-ups of instruments that were discovered or invented by such and such and Dr. So-and-so, and here's a original copy by Dr. such and such and Professor so-and-so, on and on and on.
Mm-hmm. While we're making our way up to the bridge, I'm going to tap my comm badge. If you'll excuse me for one moment's color.
Oh, of course.
I'm just kind of like, I'm still walking in the same direction, but I've dropped back a little bit.
Okay.
So, come up to Captain Pend.
This is Pend.
Commander Myth 2, Captain Pend. I do not have precise information, but we may be looking at a situation on this planet similar to prior interactions we've had with Tyrell or Ordek.
In what way?
The mutual acquaintance who was on board my ship.
What?
Myth is being as subtle as possible.
I mean, like, out of character, are you talking about liar? Because my brain just didn't comprehend that for a second. And if you're talking about
liar.
yeah, if that's the case, Penn sent liar to your ship.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Right, but the particular set of connections between this.
yeah, so that it just took me a second to get there. Understood. Any recommendations from your half?
there may be an equivalent level of danger to our people on planet.
Understood. I currently have Lieutenant Commander Varda on a security team with the person who imported the creatures, asking possibly for asylum. But if that's the case, I will send the order for Fleet Captain Grennan and Ilso to return to the Kismet until further notice.
My work here attempting to forestall the humanitarian issues on the planet, I felt could not be interrupted with a face-to-face meeting.
Understood. Do you require any security?
I do not believe so.
Understood. If the situation changes, inform myself or the Plank, and we'll get you and your team out of there.
Of course.
Anything else?
I may need to speak with Commander Varder about the situation.
Understood. I can patch you through to him. Comms?
Before you say comms, there's like the click of Myth manually disconnecting the communication.
Fair enough. Comms, get me Captain Grennan.
Meanwhile, new scene.
Mm.
Assuming I can clear the board, would be nice. So, Captain,
Yes.
you have been invited by the general. As a lot of this stuff is taking a considerable amount of time to do, and there's a lot of coordinating going on, and you already have some people there, he's invited you to have some dinner with him.
Very good.
Oops, that's the wrong place.
Are we on the wrong map?
Yeah, I have to form up the map. Because I did not time this very well.
Well, if that's the case, we can just blame Grennan.
Whoops, I don't know why the music shifted. Still the same music. I better shift that back though. No, not the mind control sound effect. That's not what's happening on this map.
Jesus.
At least try and
That's how heart
hide it,
attacks
GM.
happen. Yes, oops, I have you in the wrong spots. So, you are brought to a garden inside the capital with General Amsath. So, Fleet Captain, was it?
Yes.
Have you been in your service long?
Well, over 10 years.
And over this 10 years, have you found yourself the sort to be so enraptured in the affairs of alien species?
Actually, yes.
He begins walking down a stairway into an enclosed space that's well lit.
I'm in danger. Yes, from the very beginning, in fact, before I officially entered service, I already was working with a diplomat of our Federation as an assistant of his. it helped point me in the direction that I ended up following and has put me where I am now. Of course, it's a lot more complicated than just that, but I can't say he didn't have an influence on me.
The general begins to sit down at a table, and you notice there seems to be a dome-like structure in the middle of the table that looks kind of like the colony that you're in. And the seats seem to be built into this large display table of sorts, with various switches and lights flickering in and out.
Grennan doesn't take a seat because he doesn't want to sit unless, instructed to. But he does lean in, sort of hand to his chin and just closely examining it.
Gentleman Grennan, please have a seat.
Oh, yeah, of course. Just gonna sit opposite him.
So, you have many years of experience among the stars and treating with people of importance, yes?
In a manner of speaking, a lot of my time, admittedly, was spent in one place.
What place would that be? You notice him tapping at some control panels, and you notice that the dome in front of you shifts and morphs into the table, and the table is now flat with an artistic 2D representation of the dome rather than a 3D one.
Well, not one place in particular, but I'd spend long stretches of time in very specific places, starbase postings.
You're a desk scholar then.
I suppose that might be the word for it. Well, I was until much more recently. About 2.5 years ago, I received a opportunity to command a starship and receive the rank of captain.
He taps at the panel some more. The dome opens up, and lifting out into the void is a collection of plates of food, which appear to be some form of creature that's been cooked and dressed in some sort of sauce. You're not intimately familiar with Quaqua cuisine, but it looks to be of Quaqua cuisine. It has think of high French cuisine with a very heavy lean on vegetables and on the sauce being more paramount than the protein.
I see.
Although not a cream cheese bagel, in case anyone's wondering.
I was, thanks.
The general takes a knife from his belt and just stabs into one of the bits of food and pulls a piece out and starts munching away at it.
Brennan will take whatever sort of utensil is there.
You see no utensil.
Oh, there's no utensil.
No.
Oh.
Are you needed of a knife, Captain?
I believe so.
He pulls out the last of the protein and he gently tosses the knife he had across the table and it kind of clatters over to you.
Oh, thank you. He looks the knife over for a second, and he delicately forks off a little bit of the meat. Now, did he eat the meat right off of the knife?
Yep. He just stabbed. He cut off a little bit of it, stabbed what was cut out, and then just picked it right off the knife.
Does so. Looks at it for a moment, carefully bites it off, and he says, "Cockney style."
You call a French dish Cockney style? That's an insult to the French.
No, the knife thing.
The general takes another knife from his belt and begins eating. I'm not familiar with this Cockney, but I'm glad you aren't too gentlemanly to bear a blade.
Oh, I've been in my share of scrapes.
May I ask why you left your homeworld, or why you, what are you called? Humans. Why humans left Earth? That's the planet. I remember now.
Yeah, well, I grew up in a place with a lot of culture, a lot of where I was constantly reminded of the universe that existed outside and of the incredible variety of worlds and cultures that existed there, and, well, to get to know them better and to explore them more. There's only so much that you can do on World.
But don't you feel that you've lost a certain connection with your home world, a lack of understanding of your own planet, and getting yourself lost in the cosmic horrors that are what Between the Stars are?
Oh, if I ever want to visit home again, I simply have to step into the holodeck and load a program of the theater back home.
Ah, with flights of fantasy and whimsy, such illusions we make.
Hmm. But, well, when you've grown up with them, it's a lot easier to remember them and to accept them.
I envy you being able to withstand the horrors that are out there. To be able to subject yourself to radiation and antimatter and all sorts of menace, and still somehow maintain your heart and maintain your soul. I presume you still have those. He munches away calmly.
Yes, he pokes at a piece of vegetable and eats it off the knife. Yes, it's not always easy, but it's worth it.
What is your opinion of this Order of Steel business?
I want to I want to I want to insight that. Not to determine whether there's no lying there. It's more of a I'm trying to suss out his motive for asking that question.
Or actually,
Oh, come on.
either way.
Someone might have to roll for me because my character sheet is not loading.
Well,
I'll spend a momentum for a third die.
apart from Corbinian, none of us have access to your sheet.
And you
I
can
do.
tell me if I have a focus.
So you spent You spent what again? Sorry.
One
A
momentum.
momentum.
Okay.
Because that gives me a reroll.
I'm taking your diplomacy focus.
Okay.
And you're not getting
Insight
it back.
command, I presume, 'cause it's the higher
Yeah.
score.
Oh yes. And is what gives me the reroll.
Yeah.
And I'll leave it at that.
2 momentum generated.
Plus a bonus for a question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The cause. Hang on.
Yep. Just sent the message off to Gren.
Yeah, no. I feel like I have a question to ask. I want to determine which part of that I should.
Yeah.
Um,
We're
I
doing
know-
that for the
I-
sake of the viewer.
yeah.
Than
I know the question I want to ask. Of those things that you have just listed out for me, which does he seem to hold in higher importance? Okay. I see.
The answer is potatoes.
The answer is potatoes. No. Okay. Well, it is an incredible honor, and I know I would be I know it would be a blasphemy against the Steel Prince to refuse. I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. No. You're. I'm sorry. You asked about the terrorist
Order of
group.
Steel.
The Order of
Yes.
Steel. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ.
No. No. I'm
Oh my
sorry.
God.
Shh. I'm sorry. I all I heard was something steel. So I like. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I got Order of Steel mixed up with the Steel Prince business. Okay. My bad.
It's okay.
Yeah. Well, anyone who resorts to terroristic threats in order to achieve their goals, it's not right.
But don't we biologically have a certain, or at least among the Quaqua, unlike your detached, mad humans, we have a connection to our planet, a tie of our soul to the soul of our planet, whereas our women have a tie to the stars. Do we simply throw ourselves into the stars and forsake our planet, or do we look to the home that birthed us and try to look inward, as your Vulcans did for many years? Or even some humans, as I recall, that sanction themselves into temples and monasteries to understand what it is to be human.
You've been studying your Federation cultures.
I may not be of the stars, but I'm a well-read man. Not everyone needs to be a gentleman to be educated.
Indeed. And, well, I would assume that someone as well-read and as educated as yourself would know in asking a question such as that there are no easy answers.
Then I ask you, as a gentleman of the court, what do you think would be better for the Quack? Or are you going to cowardly step away from that as well? He eats calmly and stares at you.
Oh dear, here we go. It's not cowardice that that fuels my approach. It's something that sits at the very center of the Federation's ideals. I assume, since you've read so much about our culture, you're familiar with our Prime Directive. For me to espouse and pontificate about what I thought was best for your people, that'd be interference that our Federation has acted for years to prevent.
But there are a few points, I wonder. He munches away some more. I am familiar with this First Order, or General Order 1 of yours. And as I recall, I believe it says something to the effect that there's an exception in the cases of the civilization in question being aware of your presence, which, believe me, I believe we're quite aware of you despite all your high technology.
Grunin looks around and he says, "Yes, I'd say you're pretty aware of me."
And that we are able to communicate with you in some capacity.
Indeed.
And that we currently are communicating with each other. That I am requesting your advice as a fellow member. Well, I guess you're a higher member of the court than I, despite your actions so far. Cowardice notwithstanding, you are in a sort of diplomatic process. In fact, securing a treaty between your federation and my illustrious principality.
Indeed. So
So-
you want my advice? What on?
The future of the principality. If you think these radicals maybe have the right idea of it, if we're simply going out unknowing into the madness only to be destroyed by it, or if we should be willing to fight against those who want to stay with their home planet and push them out into the madness that exists.
Hmm. Well, in my view on the subject, my personal Federation-tinted biases, the way I see it is thus. I see that people should have the freedom to choose the path that they take and the lives that they choose to lead. However, if in doing so, if in pursuing that path, they're forced to harm others and commit horrible atrocities in pursuit of that, then then that's where things become trickier and more nuanced.
Would you be willing to say such things in the court of the prince?
If he were to ask for my opinion in the same formal manner as you have done now, as you said, in order for me to offer my interference, as my opinion is, I would have to be asked for it by the by the official in question.
Presence plus command, difficulty opposed.
Mm-hmm. Gonna spend a threat and 2 momentum. Or actually, no, I'm sorry.
No apologies. That's for
I'm
cowards.
sorry. I'm gonna spend a determination. There we go. Determination. Ooh, value. Head in the stars. Would that work?
Certainly.
Hang on a second. I'm gonna open this up in Firefox. See if
That helps.
I
yeah,
mean,
see if that helps.
do you also want the 2 momentum as well for a third dice?
Yeah, so that was my logic. I was gonna.
Spending 3 threat to activate the determination that it is the Qua that decides Qua fate.
Yeah. Okay. And then you see, I might have another thing.
He'll buy a die as well.
Yep. Oh, he's only buying 1 die. Oh, I'm sorry. You activated a
Determination, yes.
So,
Yep.
so okay. You guys think I should throw anything else at this, or should I just bank on my?
I mean,
my
I feel
own
like
stats.
if you throw threat at it, it's going to spend threat back, so you're going to be rolling straight against each other.
I mean,
Yeah. Oh no, I'm talking about my other stuff. But
I mean,
okay.
if you have other stuff, sure, but at most now, I'd just look at a
Yeah.
milestone in case you need a reroll.
Right. Like
I feel
I'm
like
thinking.
activating a medal would probably work.
Right,
here.
like that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of it depends if I have a focus, maybe I'll use. It's up to the game master if I have a focus. Diplomacy.
I'll take diplomacy in this case, yeah. You are dealing with a
Okay,
high-ranking official.
Yep. I'm doubling my focus.
Ew.
Come on, load. There we go. Got it. So that's 3 dice. Focus used. Doubling my focus range. Presence command. You said right?
yeah.
Yeah. Oh no!
7 hits. That's technically 8
Oh.
hit. That's 8 hits because that's a 10.
Whoa! Wait! Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, because he already had spent a determination that 15 hit. Okay. Yeah.
Mhm.
Ooh.
And roll for me 7 challenge dice.
Okay, I think. Hang on. Let me quickly look at the. Let me quickly look at a thing.
You're thinking about cold reading being in effect?
There's that, but also one other thing that I want to confirm. Yeah, that would give me I think it's like intense
Scrutinize.
or scrutinize. Yeah, it eats resistance if I recall.
Yep.
And oh, here we go. I am looking for. Hang on. No. Oh, where the hell is it? Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to also in this instance, I am going to burn my Starfleet Medal of Honor. I gain 2 bonus momentum.
Okay. So you have 2 bonus momentum floating out there.
Yep. 7 challenge dice. Here we go.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You've cut through resistance. You've cut through some of its resistance.
Not all of it.
I'm about to check how much you cut through. I think you still did enough that it won't matter. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3. Still 7. You're fine. You did 7 stress by the end of it.
Okay.
You
I guess
talk
that-
over lunch.
I guess I'll have to spend my 2 bonus momentum to create an advantage.
I'll tell you the results of what you get from this dinner, and then you can see what kind of advantage or any questions you might have.
Yes.
You talk over the dinner. And so you have a lengthy discussion on philosophy and history and religion, and you enjoy your dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Amsav challenging you at every turn, challenging your honor, but you're still kind of keeping your head. You're not letting him bait you into saying something that you really shouldn't say. Whether or not it would feel good to say it, you shouldn't say it. And you know
I've been at this a while.
Eventually he, as you finish the dinner, he says, "Well, in that case, I think I may have to take up the Star Captain on her offer to be, once this is all over, take a trip back to the homeworld and appeal to His Majesty to summon you on behalf of myself to speak on these matters. I think that we need to, your cowardice aside, much as I deplore it, and as much as I think you should take up the knightly arms, that does not make you stupid. That does not make you incapable of enlightened thought. Like the woohoo, you are very irritating to me, but what you say makes sense. So what I think you should do, what I think I should do, is put forth this proposal to the prince. That way we can have a formal declaration of this Order of Steel as a criminal organization of the Principality. To it, we may even request the assistance of your Federation, your Starfleet, to ensure this movement doesn't gain any traction with any potential sympathizers.
Grennan nods.
Do you wish to create an advantage or ask any questions from that exchange that you had? Because you can learn a bit from Amsath, because he would have shared a fair amount of information, but we're shortening a dinner of
Yes.
conversations. That was a small snippet of what that conversation was like.
So in that case, I also would have generated a 3rd bonus momentum for cold reading.
Yep, cold read would fire.
But that one has to be spent on a question.
Yes.
Anyone have any question suggestions? Before I start throwing in my own?
Not from me.
I'm thinking on it.
For my cold reading question, I think, because this is the question I'd get out of like my reading of him.
Mm-hmm.
What does it seem like he's expecting to get out of this?
Ooh.
Prestige.
Okay.
Because he gets to be, he's not a noble, and you
Mhm.
are. You're a low-ranked one, but you are of nobility, and he's of the military, and there is a clear social standing division between you. He's high up there, but he's like one half step before you are. Like, he could be a gentleman, and if this all pushes the right way, he could push for nobility down the line.
Gotcha. Okay. Any advantage suggestions? Because I'm at the point where I could create an advantage, or I could ask 2 more questions. I don't think I have 2 more questions in me.
Maybe the advantage of he's that impressed with you, he's going to get some of his allies to assist you when it comes to the final court matter.
Yeah, is that something we could do, GM?
Yeah, you could push it that way. He's willing to pull some extra strings to help you out.
Yeah, I'll take that. And then, so this here gaining the favor of Amsath, is this in addition to what I pulled with my rep roll last week, or is this just to get it?
He was going to do something very different. So this gaining favor, I'm now going to explain further. He walks over to this statue of a beast. He takes what looks to be a ceremonial cup of sorts, a jug. He picks it up and he holds it. He presses it against the lower jaw of the beast, and it pours out a sort of golden, sweet drink. He then swigs it back, and he takes a breath, blinks, and then swigs it again to finish off the last of it. Sets it down. Don't forget to have a drink of wisdom before you leave this military encampment. Yes?
Yes.
And he begins ascending up the steps. You get the feeling that he wasn't going to tell you that if this conversation didn't go a certain way.
I see. Okay.
Disable
Brennan.
the kill bots.
Yep. Grennan is going to take the cup, and he puts the cup. You put the cup in the mouth, and it pours a liquid into it.
Yep, you press it against the jaw, and it kind of starts pouring liquid out. It smells. Now that you're closer, wow, that smells. It smells saccharine as hell. Like you could smell the sugariness off this thing.
What is this?
You should love it then.
It's the antidote for the poison he just fed you.
Grennan will take a swig.
Fitness medicine difficulty 1.
Okay, I'll take a momentum because my fitness medicine is terrible. No focus. Wow.
When you take a swig back, it is both the sweetest wine you've ever drank and the driest wine you've ever drank, and it just you kind of almost choke on it because it's just such a weird thing that you're tasting, so very alien to you. But
why would you make this?
Yeah, but once you manage to force it down, you get the feeling, one, this is probably some sort of alcohol because you've been at enough dinner parties that you know what these taste like.
Oh yeah, I've been. It was a long time ago, but I was at a Klingon. I had to partake in the blood wine.
But you feel once you've drank up the last bit, like he did, you're able to finish it off. Once you get to that first mouthful, it kind of goes easier. You feel your stomach feel almost empty. You're not hungry. You just don't feel as full of this feast that you had.
Interesting.
Someone's pinging me. Oh. Yes, author. Very much like that shop. The minute you step into the light, your comm badge beeps.
General, may I?
I'll meet you in the audience chamber. Feel free to enjoy yourself.
Apologies. And Grennen's going to step off to the side. Fleet Captain Grennen here.
And that's cue for you, Pent.
Captain, things are happening on the surface that are related to certain former acquaintances. It may be better for you to return to the ship.
I see. This is a good recommendation then.
This is a recommendation to the degree of, if need be, I'll come down there and bring you back up myself.
I see. Well then, I suppose I should head back up to the Kismet then.
Very wise, sir.
Okay. All right. I'll keep you posted, and I'll see to it that you're informed once I'm back.
Understood. We'll be keeping a track on you just in case.
Okay, Grennen out. And Grennen's gonna quickly jog out, catch up with why am I blanking?
The general.
Yeah,
Amsath.
Amsath. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to come with his name. I'm gonna go up to Amsath and he says, Amsath, I must apologize. I received word that there's a matter that has to be attended to back aboard my ship.
Very well then. You have the contact information for the console. I'll have one of my men manning it. Should
Very
you need
good.
to continue. Oh, update. Apparently my major and your lieutenant commander were able to capture this traitor. They're bringing him to a garrison for questioning, so.
Well, that certainly sounds like Varder.
Him being competent.
Him producing results.
I see. Shall you be needing a small craft back to your ship, or?
No. Once I'm out in an open place, correct?
Say again, sorry?
We're out, like, in an open space, right?
You're within the dome, but yeah, this is like a garden that looks out into the sky.
Okay. Pardon me. He takes a step back, clicks his comm badge. Fleet Captain Grennen to Kismet, one to beam up.
And the captain is beamed away as the general just kind of shakes his head and wonders briefly why you people are afraid of flying in ships. Pend, we'll check in with you. What is the Kismet doing while the Commander Myth and Slammy are doing their investigations, and Varder is taking their prisoner to where they're going?
Well, we were initially above the mountain range, and Varda did send the extra information to the ships about the location of the drop point.
Yep, the location that Singular was pointing out. Oh, yeah, here.
So if possible, I'd like to get the Kismet to do a more detailed scan of the area and that location specifically.
Give me Reason Science Difficulty 5, assisted by the ship's sensor science.
I think I'm going to be directing someone to do that.
Whom do you wish to direct?
Probably either Cecil or Wogie.
What was the diff again?
5.
Yeah, that's gonna be Cecile, I think.
Do you want to take her then?
Yeah.
Shouldn't Grennan take her? Whoa! Sorry.
I think he has enough problems with taking too many females on.
Wow, you guys are just.
Oh, that also make it a diff 4 due to sensors.
That's true. Yep.
We also go down
Focus
one.
Focus in geology or observation.
I'll take geology. Sure.
Yeah, we also went down one due to new scenes, so I was just taking it away.
Yep.
Mm. Yeah. We'll roll 4 dice here with momentum.
Okay, and due to my direct, I'll just make it a crit due to the medal, so that's 4, 6 successes. I found the ship.
I've also got 2 rerolls. So. Alright,
Oh.
rerolling my 16. There we go.
So 8 on a diff 4.
You start getting the readings reported to you as the captain walks onto the bridge.
So, what's the rundown?
Well, so far, Commander Myth has pointed out that our previous meetings with the Daimon and Belmont, those type of groups, may have an influence here.
What?
Which is why I recommended for you to come back to the ship. And
You think?
we're currently scanning what appears to be some form of a base underground. I'll get some more information in a second. Which was provided by the courier who brought the extraterrestrial rock creatures here.
I see.
Of
Yeah.
which, if the Kwa decide to execute him, Commander Varda's probably going to ask me to give him permission to offer asylum.
I see.
But,
I don't know if we'll be able to grant it. Is this individual being held on board the Kismet?
currently being escorted towards a Kwa prison.
Well, as long as they're in Kwa custody, they won't be able to petition us for asylum.
Well, he's currently in the custody of Mr. Varda and the security team.
Well, if they're gonna make that play, then they're gonna have to make it before Varder gets to the holding facility. Otherwise, it'll be in their hands.
Sorry, Captain, I'm just reading over this information from the scan we just have.
Oh, very good. Information is important.
If you need, you can probably get in contact with Lieutenant Commander Varda to get a confirmation on his update regarding the prisoner.
Hmm.
which is the clue. Sorry, I'm reading.
Yeah. No, you're good. You good. Hmm.
I believe with this, we'll scene change over to Myth briefly to check in on the expedition and how it's been
Alright.
going while this is going on.
Expedition. Wow, that's a ship I haven't heard about in a while.
So as Commander Myth joins Scholar Lemmy, your team and her team are trying to they're observing the rock creatures that are meandering in this part of the mountains, and they have they can try. You already know that there's certain visual observations that have already been done by the Kismet that you've already gathered through Pend. So
Mhm.
you kind of already know about the 3 different species types. You think the 2 things that you could get from this are either trying to get someone near the beasts to try to get a universal translator to overhear them and maybe pick out a language and maybe see if they have a language of any kind, or literally just sneaking up on them and getting like air samples of their pheromones or breaking off, trying to find bits and pieces of them that you can kind of recover that from the different species, so you have a variety of things to check with. But the physical like sample gathering is a little sketchy, because it means they have to get close to these creatures at all. Thankfully, these things
Yeah.
aren't too worried about small gatherings of people, but you know, if someone does the wrong thing, you're looking at a bad time for all involved.
I think let's see if there's any possibility for communication.
So that will be a insight science task, difficulty of 1, because they're gathering the info and you're just parsing through it on the what little translation they get and try to complete it to see if there's a language there.
Mm-hmm. I'll spend 1 momentum just for the reroll.
Yep.
Focus in research.
I'll take it.
All right.
The
Jesus.
scholar reads over the translator data and is quite like impressed by ooh, how interesting is this? Oh wow. It's seeming that their department, they don't have quite as sophisticated a translator as you do. They actually have like a linguistics department, like circa 200 years ago for the Federation.
Mm-hmm.
So it's yours is a lot more sophisticated. Well, I don't see any conforming numerology or spacing. It seems to be emotional in base. I'm not seeing a syntax structure either. Oh, it says that right on there. Oh, that's interesting.
Indeed, there appears to be no language structure. These are more animalistic communications.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I was hoping to meet such large creatures, and maybe they had big giant castles they resided in. Or cloud cities.
I believe cloud cities would be impractical for creatures of this particular weight.
Well, a lady can dream, can't she?
It just kind of nods. Sure, you could dream. I don't know anything about that.
Well, I guess we can't ask them nicely what they're like. We're gonna have to start gathering what we can from them.
Indeed. as much as we can fine-tune this deterrent so that it has no other potential effects. So we'll have to make a careful analysis of the pheromonal structure up close.
Difficulty 2, presence or control plus science with a comp range of 17 to 20 as you are directing your personnel to, and she's helping her personnel to try to gather materials safely without endangering themselves. But the complications are pretty high because it's kind of hard to see what they're going to do.
We do have 2 flow.
For the last task, yeah.
We do, yes. I'm thinking because I have an idea. I'm just trying to figure out how to make it work.
I mean, if possible, if I got in contact with you, I may be able to also help with this in a different way.
Through an analysis of the creature's animal communications patterns, I'd like to develop a simple passive stealth protocol for people to use to reduce complication by 1.
I'll
for the
take
next
that.
roll.
Sure, you can. You at least know what's an alarmed sound versus a calm sound.
Mm-hmm. All right. Uh, 1 for the reroll. Control here. Though it doesn't really matter. Same. All right. Rerolling 1.
Whoopsie, computer, don't do that. Thank you. All right, so your team and her team are able to gather various materials, and on the Aero Lab, you and the scholar are able to look over the details, and you're able to determine that the method that was used on them before can work on possibly controlling or repelling the creatures from a location. Controlling creatures within a location or repelling them is possible. Recreating the exact formulation that was made won't work because for 2 reasons. One, there's multiple species here, whereas in their situation they only have to deal with 1 at a time. So it has to be made somewhat more universal. 2, even if you did that, you would need to be in physical contact, literally able to walk up to it and splash it. So that formulation is not going to work. You need some sort of air. The scholar even points out you'll probably want to aerosol it. Probably the best way to do it, or some sort of injection method. Although with its rock base, that may be harder. But that all said, between the notes that you have and the research that you have, you can now begin a scientific method to attempt to synthesize a chemical formula that will allow you to basically manipulate these creatures in some fashion to be, even if you can't control them the same way they did, because you're not sure what they're doing. You don't know what the Order of Steel did to control them or exactly how it is, but you can use your method to try to figure out your way of doing it, or your way of trying to get them to leave a place, trying to find how that potion can make them friendly to you, or at least not hostile to you. So the opening observation roll is what you just did, which you succeeded at. And now you're in the choosing focuses stage.
All right.
And because you brought your science team, you can pull from your, if you want to pull extra help from your science department, you can have, or from the fleet science department, you can have people other than Cecile show up to try to bounce ideas off of, unless you're going to call out to the rest, to Varder and Pend and Grennan and go, hey, what do you guys think? You know.
All right. So I think xenobiology is a fairly obvious one. Anybody feel free to jump in, but I'm just gonna spitball. Xenobiology, I can try for research, but it's kind of vague.
Well, yeah, I mean, chemistry might do it due to the fact of the creature's brain chemistry reacting to certain sounds, drugs, whatnot.
I also, okay, so go with me here, GM. Can I leverage the Maxwell Planck trait Bleeding Edge Researchers to create an advantage where the in-depth analysis of the like up-close observation yields insights into the method that the Steel Order is using to control them?
I would take it. It will increase the complication range down the line because you're cooperating with your bleeding edge is cooperating with their bleeding edge. So you're starting to get into very theoretical pharmaceuticals here.
Right. And my thinking with that was, if that was established, we might also be able to swing xenotechnology as a focus for the research. That's 4 focuses. I think I'm comfortable with that number.
There is a right answer there.
All right.
So that means that between the Aerolab League Royal and the Maxwell Planck, your roles to research this are at a 16 to 20, because you are synthesizing something very quick, something that would normally take months, if not years, in the matter of a few hours. Thankfully, she has, between your 2 bleeding edge ships, you're able to kind of very quickly do this and even start guessing at how the Order of Steel did it.
Right.
You get the feeling that if you weren't this bleeding edge, the GM would have asked you would have said no and would have asked for more specifics. But because you're so bleeding edge, there's something here that the general field is enough to get the answer you're looking for.
Yeah.
But there is a more specific answer that was being looked for, but you're okay for now.
Cool.
Hmm.
Um. uh. Yeah. So I can try using one of the things that I have focused in first. That either allows us to eliminate it faster or find it faster. Uh, because I spent toward it, I'm gonna try Xenotech. First rolls towards Xenotech. What's the Ashwin discipline here?
Reason science.
Alright. I'll spend 3 momentum to roll 4 dice. And roll. Rerolling the crit fail. Still a crit fail. I'll quash it with one of my medals.
Okay. That is 4 successes.
5.
5.
5.
Reason.
Reason roll.
Ah, yes. 5 successes. You may continue.
Alright. I'm gonna take one more crack at this. I think. Yeah. Spend 1 momentum. It's 4 more successes. 9 total.
You may continue.
Do I just do a basic roll with no reroll?
Yeah, I'll do that.
At least if it gets you over the 10 and it's not it, then you can kind of
Mm-hmm.
definitively rule it out.
Yeah. 13! No, 12. Yeah, no, 13, because reason.
You may continue.
Yeah, I'm gonna nix
Okay.
this one. It could be a 15, but I don't think so.
I mean, I think it's chemistry, but
Yeah, I think chemistry is the next best one to go with as well. Let's see. Don't have a focus in chemistry. Do we have anyone we want to pull who does have a focus in chemistry? Or should I just roll this one straight?
do we have anyone with chemistry?
I don't know. Silva's not. I feel like it's something I could summon at some point, but also possibly
Mogi
not.
has it. Crewman Mogi, first class.
Mogi.
Yeah, they do.
I do.
Oh shit, I didn't even know.
Total of 14 to roll there, though. Bold science.
They can assist either way.
Yeah.
So what, maybe you take lead and Wogie assist?
Yeah. Yeah, let's go with that. Spend 1 to have a reroll here. Rolling. It's a total of 6.
You have been able to synthesize a chemical formula that involves psychoactive chemicals that now can be used to affect the creatures in question. So it will take some time to make, like actually just produce enough for a yield. But one can basically create what Scholar Lammy is able to fashion with your help is a sort of a concentrated portable aerosol that you can basically spray at something up to long range on the ground and like shoot at a creature rather than having to be like right up in contact range and splashing it. So you can stand back a bit and shoot and spray like bug spray sort of thing and cover an area, and then formulate it in such a way that you're being very efficient with what you're using. So part of it is making the chemical, part of it is her contribution is the delivery method. Yours is making sure the chemical is synthesized and replicated in the exact formulation you need. You get the feeling that what will happen is that once the way they were able to do it, the Order of Steel has a they created an aggression formula that basically makes them think that whatever they're going after is a threat to them. But what you've created is something that makes that thing realize that it's in a nesting area. So wherever it happens to be, it's supposed to defend the life forms in that region. So if you spray such a creature, you can get it to not hurt the creatures that it's currently near. Basically making it give a defensive posture rather than an aggressive posture, which it is strong enough to overwhelm the aggression factor.
While undoubtedly there's more research that will need to go into these creatures if they remain on the planet, the immediate threat seems to have been averted.
I believe you're right. Once we get this all settled in, it'll just be a matter of, I mean, we can start spraying some of the ones that are here in the mountains, and then once we see other ones, we should be able to, well, once we get it all formulated, we'll be able to get them to play nice. We don't have to kill them after all. That's reassuring.
Indeed.
Slight problem, though.
Yes.
She points to one of the screens over her head as both of you finally are able to look up away from your work. As you notice, that there are, I think this is the right place, hold on. I'm right. There are a bunch of creatures rushing toward General Amsath's fortress.
Are we ready to deploy?
I'll have all my assistants wake up out of their bunks. We'll try to produce as much as we can, but we're not ready yet.
I'll beam up to the Maxwell Plank and begin synthesis there as well.
So the scene ends with Myth rapidly getting back up to the plank. There is a general alarm sent from the fortress as Amsath very quickly flies over to his fortress. You're all made aware that there are a herd of 6 rock beasts that are rushing toward the city. Toward the fortress.
Damn.
He's begun evacuation efforts of the non-combatants from the fortress, but and with your help, they should be able to get all the civilians out really quickly. However, that still means that means a lot of his troops are still kind of tied back, making sure everyone who's supposed to leave and getting all the viables out. But that they still want to save the fortress from being destroyed. Because 6 of them rushing at them, they're kind of screwed.
Captain?
Can I...
Yes.
I would advise the Kismet to assist in matters with the fortress, but I need to take a shuttle and a team down.
Understood.
Where's Penn off to?
I'm off to the base.
Okay, so that's where Penn's going. Gotcha.
I was going to ask before everything went to shit if the Star Captain could send someone from her crew down as well, but kind of don't have the time for that.
And you could try communicating on route.
Yeah.
We'll see how much momentum is left to see if you're able to summon any assistance.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, as it stands, I'd probably be taking a shuttle, some engineers, security, science, and maybe some pattern enhancers.
So you're going to need a bit of a budget.
Yeah, like I said, I was going to do this before this happened. I just was trying to read.
Who is going to answer General Amsath's call for help?
I think Grennan will.
I mean, yeah. It's kind of like, I'm on the ground with your major, so.
Myth's up in the plank.
I was about to actually on the Kismet.
I thought Verder was still on the ground.
Yeah. It's like,
Well,
I'm
not
with
me.
wherever your major is somewhere.
You can do that, Myth. So you'll have the production of it will be a lot faster. It's still
Mhm.
nebulous how soon they can get it done because they're
Yeah.
they're very rapidly trying to replicate a lot of it, and it's a very touchy chemical. But you can, with your specialty, you should be able to produce it sooner rather than later.
All right.
So communication from General Amsath over subspace radio. Any ships in an area, any assistance that can be given would be greatly appreciated at this time. Anyone answering?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Again, this is what I was trying to read when we had to change scene for me to read it.
At present, we have confirmation from scouts that these creatures are rushing through one of the river valleys that cut through the canyons. Now, thankfully, this is an area that we're familiar with as a possible route that can be used to secretly get into the fortress without being in the open ground. So we have a few backup policies in place. First of which, there is in Old Valley where we have various emergency force field generation centers that can be activated. The problem is they're meant for pushing back our mobile armor and discouraging ground troops, not creatures that big. So we need to improve the force field generation to tend to slow them down while we follow on my stage 2 and stage 3 plans. Assuming stage 1 works and we buy ourselves some time, there is a cliff face further along the basin, so along the valley. If we can set up certain explosive charges along that route, we could have them spill down into the open air, and then the scouts can drive them back. Our mecha forces can drive them back.
Would a targeted torpedo strike serve the same purpose?
I've been instructed by Scholar Lamy that she would rather we didn't obliterate these creatures. Something about being able to make these creatures docile.
No. The rock face.
Well, what we want to do, what I was thinking, well, actually, you could, now that you say that, we could possibly have you fire a barrage into the lower rock face and cause a collapse.
Great.
We just want to make sure that the collapse happens while they're on that route, so that way they spill over. Because if it's already broken down by the time they get there, they'll just simply go around it. They will briefly step out of that valley to a viable route, which does mean we can push some of them away, but we won't push as many away as we would like.
Understood. The targeting, the advanced targeting computers aboard the Kismet should be capable of making such a shot.
If it comes right down to it, now hopefully between the force fields discouraging some of them, they are going to break through some of them, but we might be able to scare some of them off. We might be able to drop some into the basin with your shots. If they get to the final line, I will have to detonate one of the outer hubs to try to damage them as much as possible. I would rather not do that because we will lose considerable military power here on the planet, and the fortress may have to be evacuated further.
And I'd rather not. Kill these creatures if we can help it.
Frankly, I'm not sure we even can at this point, but I'll be happy these things aren't attacking my fortress.
Anyhow, the Kismet will get into position, ready to fire on your mark.
And Varder, you're on the mecha with Yimik if you want to travel along with him to the attack site.
Might as well.
Myth, give me insight, science, or engineering difficulty 2, assisted by your ship's structure plus science.
Do I have a focus here?
This is trying to fire off your plan to speed up the process. I actually would take Xenotech focus here, because you're trying to make your tech work faster, so you can produce way more than you normally could, with the assistance of your modular lab synthesis setup.
Rolling 2. And then rolling assist. Ship. Alright. It's 5 successes.
With that many successes so far, you can produce enough that you can equip some of the armored mech that are on the ground with enough to spray it with their tools, and one of these mechs can basically take out, scare away, or docile one of the creatures once it gets to the final line, or it can advance forward and try to do it if you think you can do that for an additional 2 momentum, up to 4 momentum. You can have it. 1 you get for succeeding. For each 2 momentum, you can equip another of these small craft to be equipped to try to attack these guys. It'll still take it'll still take until they get to this point for them to be equipped, but you can have them. You can be busy with the Maxwell sending these materials and equipping the vessels while they're still waiting for for these guys to get up the valley.
I'll spend 4 if that's all right with everybody. Sending canisters to Major Mac and to this yellow one, as well as the green.
Okay, so as you're flying along, Varder, you know that Yemek's getting told, like, here's why I need you to switch this one, get this thing out, adjust this thing, turn this power setting this way. There's a lot of things where basically it's making a whole arm of the armored mech turn into a massive spray gun. But it takes time. It's something that they can do on the fly. These things are built to do weird stuff like that sometimes. But this would not work if it wasn't for the fact that the Maxwell Plank is full of a bunch of Xenotech bleeding edge wizards who are really work with other crazy Quaqua scholars to go, here's what we can do with your things. You can make a spray gun out of my arm? Well, it's like a minigun, but with water. Really? No, it's way more complicated than that, but let's not get into that.
Let's just leave it there. It's best not to us.
Later. We'll
We'll
talk
explain
about
the
it
finer
later.
points of this to you later.
Yeah.
Okay.
And once the gun is, once the arm's configured that way, it's just a matter of the plank beaming the liquid into the chamber, and then it's like, okay, fire away. Just empty the thing into one of them.
It's like, I can't even question this. There's been weirder things happen.
Grennan, you want to be ready for this barrage.
Yup.
So we're gonna make this a task of insight plus security difficulty. Insight, security, or con. I'll give you either one.
Okay.
Oh, Grennan, I'll do you a favor.
Yeah.
Don't use the torpedoes, use the phasers.
Oh.
What happened to me when I fired torpedoes at Borg Tech on the planet?
Yeah. We overshot it, didn't we?
No. They just didn't like that I fired it at a planet, even though it was Borg Tech. There's no Borg Tech here, so what do you think is going to happen if you fire a torpedo?
Actually, to make you feel it all better, this is a thin atmosphere planet. It's not as much of an issue here, but I would get threat if you fire torpedoes.
True.
And you can probably do the same thing with the phasers.
Yes.
This initial roll, by the way, before I lose track of it, Insight, Security, or Con, assisted by computers plus relevant department. This is to get your ship into position. There's going to be a follow-up roll to start doing targeting locks on the best spots. But this is just getting the ship into the right spot so it has the best view of this entire line.
You said insight?
Yes.
Which is better, the ship's security or the ship's con? Because it's all the same to me.
Security.
Okay. Team dynamics?
At complication, you're doing this at speed.
Got it. Take a threat?
Sure.
Here we go. Whew. Thank you, ship.
So the Kismet very carefully positions itself, so it has plenty of space to take its shots, whether it's phasers or torpedoes. So the Kismet kind of drops into upper atmosphere and breaks the cloud cover into lower atmosphere and just kind of hovers there. So your sensors have the absolute most precise shot that you can get without literally just sitting on the ground, which you probably don't want to do for any length of time.
Very good. And who's at the con? Would that be what's his name? Wittergast.
Probably.
Very good, Mr. Wittergast. Hold position.
Meanwhile, Major Yimmick looks behind himself to Varder. Well, by the sound of it, looks like we're the ones on force field duty.
We all go where we're told, right?
Yep. He turns the sticks, and the mecha lifts off the ground a bit, and rocket starts curving over toward the force field generators.
I feel like that's a yeah. We know this feeling moment.
So as you're flying toward them, you see a wide field. For one, actually, you can see off in the distance. Whoops, I chose the wrong tool. Off in the distance, you can see 6 of these large quadrupedal rock beasts screeching out into the atmosphere as they're charging through the valley. You have some time, but you don't have infinite time. They will hit the first line fairly quickly. So you don't want to be waiting too long to get this done. Because otherwise, you know from the Kismet, even though the Kismet's crew is good, if these things move too fast, they might just blow right across this before the Kismet gets its targeting locked on. Because the Kismet doesn't want to just cause an uncontrolled avalanche, because that can cause lots of other issues, or cause a massive explosion into the atmosphere, or accidentally kill these things. So you need to buy time for them to slow down enough that they can be thinned out even further. To that end, you are looking at... You essentially have 6 intervals worth of time to get these things up and running before the rock beasts just start trying to charge through the valley. You are looking at, hilariously, control engineering. Difficulty 3.
I have an engineering too.
And each, you can get, yeah. So you can basically get 2 fields up at a time, if you succeed. So for one control engineering diff 3, the mecha can move up and start reprogramming the nearby fields and turn them up to as much strength as they can possibly manage without just literally blasting every one of the surge protectors and knocking them out. And once 6 intervals go by, that's it. They'll start charging through the line, and you really don't want the mecha really doesn't want to be anywhere near the valley while that's happening.
We tactical systems will work here, correct? Question mark.
I'll take it, sure.
They're force fields. That's tactical.
Yeah, exactly.
Diff 3, I've got a 12 on this roll. I could do.
Oh, I'll know for any you can spend 1 momentum or 1 threat to only spend 1 interval doing the task rather than 2.
Okay, we will look at the odds will not beat me. I'll beat them. This is not my specialty, and oh yeah, this is against the clock as well. I don't have time to. I don't have time to try and trial and error this. It's got to be now. And we'll give you 2 threat additionally, just to see if we can make some momentum juice off of this. Yeah. It's 1.
One momentum generated. Are you spending to only take 1 interval, or are you taking the full 2?
That's for 2 gates, correct?
Yep.
I'd say maybe spend just so you can get the next two up.
Spend that too. Oh wait, I need to do a thing. Come here, please. Damn it.
The interval spend shows that Yemek kind of gets a sense that recognizes what you're doing, and says, "All right, do that last sequence remotely. We're moving to the next set." And they rocket off and start moving away from the two you're working on, and you have just barely enough time to finish the sequence before you're out of range.
I was like, okay, done. Good, sweet, fantastic.
And then the mecha goes thunk and lands to the next set of generators.
Should I? I've not done this in a while. I could. Why not? It'll be fun. I swear. I promise. Don't hate me. You only get 3.
Okay.
Nice.
Alright,
Uh-huh.
I'm not an engineer, I swear.
Uh-huh.
What? How?
You didn't roll a single thing above a 10.
Wow.
Spending 1 for faster intervals or letting 2 go by?
You can let it go normally for the last 2.
Yeah, I think we can. Jesus Christ.
I mean, you have the momentum. You can still spend.
We can, but also like try and save some for other people. If at all possible.
Next set?
Okay, do a 4 and 2. 4 momentum, 2 threat.
Alright.
Because I need to be going ham on this because of my... Still passed it.
That's
That was
more
it.
like it.
Hey! How dare you? And that still makes some momentum. No, that's actually hitting it dead on. Never mind. Incorrect me.
Are you spending for 1 interval or taking the full 2?
Spend for 1. We'll be safe side here. Plus, if we've got a full 2 intervals to just leave, then that's nice. Well, no, we wouldn't be a full 2 intervals to leave. No, it would be. Would it? I'm confusing myself. I do that a lot.
Once you run out of intervals, Yimik's just gonna pull. That's when Yimik is gonna pull away because that's
Okay.
when you run out of time.
Hey guys, you know what I still have?
Oh no.
Another one of those medals.
Yeah?
You still only get 3. I mean, that's not bad. Between 2 rolls of me technically spending 6, you only getting half of that?
Mm-hmm.
Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was in fact quite good.
Yeah. There we go. And I make 2 momentum off it for other people.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I suddenly have 20 messages on Discord?
Hmm?
None of them related to this game. I've got 20 messages on Discord, though. Something's just happened.
So Yimik pulls away as the last of the generators flare up, and the rock beasts begin charging the line.
Here we go.
All right, so this is where we are going to determine. This is where we now have a ticking clock for the Kismet.
Okay.
Kismet gets into this position as the Mecha, as Mecha Varder, very quickly sets up the force fields.
Mecha Varder.
What is
Kismet-
this game?
The Kismet descends into range and begins locking in a firing solution while the rock beasts are trying to charge through the force field line. So this is all happening really quickly, and you're trying to get this done before too much time has passed. Because once they hit the shields, they hit the first one, and actually, to give you an idea of how hard they hit,
We're in danger.
Computer,
Yeah,
hello.
at least we're not the force fields.
Okay, so there's that part of the task. Now to pull up their stats. So it's these guys. So they charge in and bam! The first set of force fields crackle and roar across the thin atmosphere. It's a loud roaring sound of electric energy being pressed to its absolute limit.
Damn it. Lieutenant Frolic, get us those firing solutions.
Yes, sir.
And they get the first round of attacks against their targets. The intervals are each time you make a roll, they're going to attack the force fields, see how deep into the force fields they break through. Just to give you an idea. So I don't even know how long they're going to do because I have to randomly roll to see how much damage they do to the shields.
Okay. I think the question is, what's going to be the difficult firing solutions?
It's going to be difficulty 1.
That it?
Daring plus security.
Okay.
Yeah, Throllic's person for that.
Yep.
You need to do this. Hold on.
Oh, do we need to do it like a certain number of times?
Yeah, 'cause you have to target multiple parts of the rock line.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Okay.
Race against time.
Do we want me to do a direct
I think for these difficulty ones, I think no.
for the
Probably.
okay, not even for the purpose of momentum generation.
I think we'll generate some momentum on these.
Okay.
Um,
Oh, and GM, do let us know if the rapid targeting systems helps at all in any manner.
Sorry, figuring out the exact number here.
Mhm.
Right. So it is. I believe that's right. You need to succeed at this 5 times to have it locked in.
Okay.
So the first wave of attacks from them, because they hit the shield as you're starting to do this. Don't worry, they're not going to get through more than one of these at a time. One assumes just from their stats, because these force fields are meant to slow them. They're meant to stop soldiers from charging across this valley. Now you've charged them up to the point that they can hold back massive creatures that are as big as starships. So this would kill most people. And damage some starships.
Varder,
Like
that
badly.
kills people.
Does this count as lethal force? No. And raw, they charge into the first set of force fields, and it warbles, and it almost looks like it's about to snap, but it doesn't. I think. Hold on. Do they have vicious? Oh, never mind.
It snaps.
Crash. They do take some of them take some stress though, because that still hurt. So they got this far while you're getting your first lock in.
Oh boy.
All right, so let's roll for that first lock.
Mm-hmm.
Focus in tactical systems.
I'll take it.
Does the rapid targeting systems affect it at all?
I'll give you the ability to, even though this scenario doesn't allow for it, I'm going to allow, because of this, that you can spend momentum or threat to shave down the interval because you're targeting so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Fine, but never mind. All right.
Yup. Spend a momentum to shave it.
Actually, spend 2 momentum to swift task. Do it again, if we can.
Well, we should still spend, because each task is still 2 intervals.
Yeah, each task is essentially 2 intervals before it gets back to them. If you spend 1, you basically get another roll before they get to approach.
Yeah.
Swift task would increase the difficulty by 1, and it would still take up 2
No, but
intervals.
it wouldn't, because Thralic has fire at will.
Oh.
Yeah.
You could do that, and that'd be a way to do 2 without spending momentum. That's true.
Yeah.
You could do it that way.
Clever.
But if it would still take up basically, can I spend 2 to use 2 intervals to do 2 actions?
Yeah, like it's gonna cost us 2 momentum either way we do it. Is the thing. So go for it again. I mean, it's still. Wait, is the ship helping at all?
Probably not in acquiring the targeting locks yet.
No,
Okay.
you're programming your computer to do something very specific.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Actually, if you're only shaving down 1 interval, that's 1
Yeah, it's
momentum.
only 1 momentum.
If you're swift tasking, it's 2.
Yeah.
Right. Right, but we're probably gonna want to shave down the second one. So.
Okay.
Just
Rolling
roll it
again.
again. Whew, okay. Spend a
Momentum,
momentum.
still grab it.
Yep.
And then this is the second one, so they act again, I guess.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They slam into it and are very ineffective in their attack.
All right.
Okay. Keep up the targeting.
Gain 1, spend it, reduce interval. Rolling again. All right. Gain 2. They act.
Nope, that's 1. So
We got 2 of them done.
oh, you did. Sorry.
Yeah.
And then they charge again. Yep. Snap.
All right. Putting in final targeting solution.
Very good.
That's hilarious. Okay. Um.
I am the first, second, and third line of defense.
I mean, yeah, but that was so funny.
Oh, who's doing the targeting,
220s.
by the way? I lost track. Sorry.
Thralic is.
Thralic.
Yeah,
Thralic.
that was
There you go. This person.
Oh my god. Oh, that's so good.
So what are you doing about those comps?
I mean, we could just cancel them out with the momentum we have.
Either
We've
that
still got a
or
few gates to push through.
yeah. Although, do you have a value of would that value of I am the first, second, and defense? For
Yeah, I
my
was just thinking
crew?
about keeping
The determination.
determination. Yeah, in case
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the
'cause-
actual shooting roll needs to be re-rolled.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we'll cancel both of those complications. Jesus.
Yep.
And that took us our whole turn.
Mm-hmm.
Slam. But they do not progress further.
Re-inputting this last one's a little tricky.
Good.
Got final coordinates locked in, Captain.
Fantastic. And I say we just let the two the intervals
Yeah,
the intervals play and keep the momentum.
agreed.
You get a communique from the governor, from the Baron of the planet.
Baron,
I'm understanding you're about to open fire on my planet.
understood. It is that is correct. It is a it is a planned maneuver that I have coordinated with General Amsath. It should allow us to create a rock slide that will divert these creatures.
Slam. I would rather you be quite careful with that area. That was intended to be where the new palace was going to be built. So if you would just not completely obliterate the lower basin, that would be much appreciated.
We'll do the best we can. We put in the firing coordinates as accurately as our ship's advanced targeting systems will allow. But time is of the essence, and we have to work fast. The creatures are almost through the outer perimeters. And he looks behind him and he says, "All right, get ready to fire on our mark. Steady."
Slam.
Are we still in communication with the Baron?
Yep.
Okay.
Ready?
Captain, should I attempt to minimize collateral?
Do the best you can, but remember, we have to divert these things first and foremost.
Sir.
Very good. I appreciate your consideration in the matter. Good luck. And the communication cuts. Some of your crew kind of are like, they look at the screen and turn their heads like, what was that about? But they're focused on this very precise shot they're doing.
Later.
Meanwhile, Varder, what are you doing as you see the Kismet in the distance starting to hover there?
Oh, we shouldn't be here.
Hmm.
We're in
Go
danger.
to the splash zone.
Splash zone.
Let's
I
move
mean,
over.
You trust
here.
your second,
In
right?
a danger close area.
Varder, do you think your people will be able to handle this? We may need to reinforce elsewhere on the planet if they don't need our help. Or we could join up with the defense line at the near the city.
I reckon the Kismet should be able to handle this.
So you want to divert toward you can divert toward this base your captain found is heading to. They're probably already fighting them as we speak, or we could relocate back to the capital and stay on standby until if another attack occurs. Something tells me this isn't going to be the first attack we're going to see today.
It'll be the last one if we take out their command and control.
Say again, sorry?
It'll be the last one if we take out their control center.
One can hope. So to the base then?
That's the idea.
Grennan, you get a report that the Maxwell Plank, you notice that the mecha is starting to leave the field. Because Yemek doesn't say anything. He just turns around. Instead of going this way, he turns around and starts heading this way, away from the defense line.
Commander Varder, why are you leaving the defense of
So say like,
the
hi,
freehold?
Well, it should be Fortress, sorry. That's my bad.
It's our belief they'll be able to reach the reported underground bunker facility and provide assistance to the commander or captain there. If we can remove their ability to command these creatures, we'll remove the threat of any further attacks.
I believe current readings show the corrals at the base to be empty of these creatures.
Blend into the environment and have otherwise been released prior. That might have just been whatever they had in storage still. Or simply there are others underground waiting to see what the response to this is.
Understood.
It would make sense to not throw all of your assets into a single attack.
Are we turning Varan Varder or what? As Yemek continues, starts pushing the rockets to fly even faster.
If you have orders to the contrary of the idea, Commander, we'll follow them.
Negative. Just be on watch, Varder.
Commander. And keep going.
And the mech leaves the field. Kismet, you have a shot to do.
And Brennan's gonna hold, and he is going to direct fire.
Control security, difficulty of 4. Complication 19 to 20, because the friggin' Baron gave you that weird order to be a little more careful with the rock face.
Awesome. Well, guess what? I am directing and metal spending. That's an auto crit.
Assuming the person doesn't whiff on the roll.
Yeah.
Hey now.
So
Hey, now.
I'd say Thralic, 1 threat, 2 momentum.
Yeah.
And does the ship help with this one?
Yep, weapons security.
Nice. I'll roll for the ship on this one.
Alright.
Since I haven't... since I don't have to roll for Grennan on this one. Weapons security, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Control security. Rolling. 4. Alright.
Rawr.
That's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 successes. We're at 3 momentum. Fire!
And
Firing.
a very precise phaser shot. Like you're drilling very precisely to cause a very controlled collapse to force some of these beasts to tumble. 7 you said?
Yeah, 7 hits.
4 of the beasts go tumbling down. And they begin retreating away. There are still 2 more that are charging forward. But due to the preparations that Myth has already done, by the time the rock beasts begin to approach, 2 of the mechs fly up and spray those last 2. And they just kind of stop and spit in place and kind of sniff around, confused. General Amsath, all forces, they've stopped advancing.
Nice shooting.
Thank you, sir.
Raise General Amsath.
Meanwhile, Pend begins to assault on the base. So, Pen, you wanted to get some reinforcements from the Star Captain, I presume?
Yeah, but
Actually, what we'll do, we'll cut to a transport room, because presumably we're flashing back a little bit to see what you did before the, as you're getting ready to head off to your assault. New scene, by the way.
it's as if we've been in this scene 3 times. Yeah, I was going to contact the Star Captain and ask if she wanted to send someone along.
You're kind of talking to her as you're walking to the transporter room, and you hear her over your comm badge. Well, I certainly don't mind doing a bit of a raid. Do you want Marines on site, or do you want air support? Or both?
Both. The sooner we take the base, the sooner we can learn out who's been operating and obtain as much information as possible.
Very well. Do you have coordinates of where you intend to, of your landing zone?
I do. I will get the Kismet to forward them as it's en route to the fortress.
Very good. I will have my dropships move into position and meet you there. I'll have the attack wings begin bombing runs to clear the way.
Understood, thank you.
Bring anyone with you, Captain? Says the tech engineer as you're stepping onto the pad. And actually, guys, roll for me might plus your the reputation of your squadron to see difficulty of 1 to see if you generate any momentum off of getting the Star Captain to assist you.
Well, might is
what-
11. So is it might plus reputation?
Mhm.
So we need to roll a 15.
Okay, I'll roll it. Nope. Sorry.
Oh no, you roll it with 2 dice. It's a proper like test
Oh.
of your might of your squadron.
Oh, okay. I'll roll another one then. Nope.
Can you not?
Oh, sorry, different
Why? Brandon, why?
Sorry.
For a momentum and a threat, you can get assistance from the squadron because you have to spend a lot of your resources kind of you have to spend some of your ship's resources helping them get their targets.
You wanna?
Well, as it stands, it's looking like it's just going to be me going down there by myself.
Then yes.
I mean, I can. If I can do it to the Klingons, I can do it to the fucking
I was gonna
Quaqua.
say, as he just walks into the transporter room carrying a cardboard box.
No, I'll just take like a briefcase of just electrical goods. No, I'm going down myself.
Jesus. Yeah, I'd say do it.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
Right. So 1 and 1, got it. So you have assistance from the Star Captain. Are you bringing along any supporting characters or bringing along any extra gear beyond your standard issue?
No, I'll just take gear. Anything that's I'll take probably some stuff specifically for either splicing into security terminals or downloading information.
For a momentum, you can have a computer interface, a security computer interface device that helps your tricorder do it a lot faster. Like you're not looking for a port; you can just jam it in, and it can start splicing in wherever it is.
Sure, I'll brute force it. Ops, beam me down with a gun and a tricorder. I'll get it done.
I can't do math. Control plus engineering, difficulty 4, assisted by the ship's sensors engineering, as there seems to be some interference that is passively occurring from the rock face.
Difficulty 3 due to sensors.
Yeah.
I guess it would be Varta sending me down. Transporter's focus.
Who's sending you down? Sorry.
Varta.
Bata.
Well, we don't have any momentum, so I might have to determination this one.
You could also have Valashana do Xia's bold engineering.
Oh, does she? I'll get Valshana to do it instead then.
And transporters.
Hey, they have a proper token and everything.
Yeah. Who wants to roll for Valashana?
I don't.
Oh, okay.
What?
Fuck you too.
Maybe give him 3?
Sounds good.
Control engineering. Transporters. Reroll. Ship. So we're getting 2.
So you beam down on your lonesome.
I will be right back.
Sure you will. The facility is, as you beam in, you see a wing of fighters swoop overhead in the sky and a massive explosion rip into the mountainside. The ground rocks around you.
I'd probably like to enter the facility, if possible. You know, just the little things.
As you begin to run forward, you notice some ships starting to fly over next to you and off to the side. The side door opens up, and a bunch of Quaqua Marines draw swords and hop down off and start running to catch up to you. And then the dropship kind of veers away. How do you like the show, Captain? One of them shouts over as they're running up to you.
quite impressive. Try and keep up and take as many alive as possible. We want answers, understood?
Back your blades, ladies. Break bones if you have to. And you see all of them in a almost smooth motion. They flip the swords around.
And just to show off for them, I'll draw the pistol and the Maclef.
Fitness plus security, difficulty 2. To get up there before too much damage happens to the entrance.
Survival or team dynamics.
Team dynamics, you're making sure everyone gets... You're not just getting in there by yourself. Kind of defeats the purpose of bringing them along. These people act essentially as a security advantage.
Yeah, that's fine.
So they're acting to your lead. They may not have pistols, but they will follow. If you're shooting at somebody, they'll start. If they need to, they start grabbing rocks and like throw them at people to distract them.
Oh, that's fair. Take a threat.
Sure. I generate 2 momentum as you and the Marines start charging forward. More shots rip into the mountain, and everything starts shaking around you as you're moving deeper into the facility. Oops. Whoopsie. I think I just put you guys on the map layer. That was a mistake.
Yes, I'm currently behind a grey box.
No.
We'll get it eventually.
There. Oh, it's not General M. South, it's other people.
The traitor. And the scholars turned against us. God, I knew I hated these people.
I'm going to explain this scene in a moment. There's a lot's going on as you're charging up ahead with your team. Wait, I can do it this way. Doing it the hard way. As you're charging up ahead, you see in the hallway a bunch of men in different uniforms. They seem to be wearing bright white with blue armbands on their shoulders as they're charging in deeper into the facility.
Would we be able to identify that?
Insight plus Commander Khan, difficulty of 2.
Would the Quaqua team you're with make it easier?
Yeah.
They're making it possible.
Fair enough.
Take a threat. Would team dynamics, because I'm getting my team to assist me by telling me?
Sure. That makes perfect sense.
I've got a reroll.
Whoops, that's not right. You identify the group that's charging in as members of the Baron's personal guard. And like the Marines that are with you are just confused until eventually you ask them why they're so confused, what they're muttering about, until one of them, the leader of the group, the Marines, goes, "Yeah, that's the Baron's personal guard. I don't know why they're here. They didn't tell us they were coming. We would have been shooting if we knew they were coming in ahead of us."
Considering this is a secret base where the operations have been going ahead, until we can confirm who's on whose side, everyone ahead is a possible hostile. Understood?
Well, this wouldn't be fun if it wasn't a challenge. And a lot of the Marines chuckle among themselves as they get ready to keep pushing on.
Again, keep fatalities to a minimum. Let's move out.
We're in combat. You're the first to move because the other two groups are kind of preoccupied with the bombing and each other. They kind of aren't paying attention to the new entries to the fight.
Poor bastards. I'd like to move forward, please, the miner.
Okay, you're in medium range to your target, to these four. You're in long range to these people.
I'm going to attempt to unload holy fucking hell.
So you're gonna try to area attack somebody, or?
I'm trying to try and area attack the goddamn lot of them.
They're in two different range bands. Who are you targeting? Because there's this group. Oops, you can't see that. There's this group, and then there's this group. These four are basically in this range, in the medium range. These are all in long range band.
I'll do long range band first.
Okay. Do you want to make sure you hit one of the people deep inside, or one of the Baron's men?
Probably one of the people deep inside, but if I hit a Baron's person, I hit a Baron's person.
Okay, so you're gonna hit at least one of them. Okay, cool. Or this one, but you know what I mean.
Like,
So difficulty of that shot
is a 3, I believe.
Down to diff 2 because you have backup.
Yeah. So like thinking behind it is this is clearly like we've not informed the Baron of what's happening, so why the Baron's men's here.
I have thoughts on that.
Yeah, I have thoughts on that as well, but so for now,
What a twist!
yes, I'll give you a threat. And I'll use the sidearm focus. This is charged for area. I'm going to reroll. I'm going to reroll 6. God damn it!
Wow.
So thud. You get one, 2, 3. So you knock 3 down. In one barrage. As the Marines start throwing rocks and shouting insults to distract them and confuse them from not paying too much attention to you as you're firing around the corner.
Yeah, there's no way I can pay for just more icons.
No.
Oh,
I'll swift task.
Okay.
So
boy,
disappointed.
17 threat.
So I'll be aiming for the Baron's group closest to me now.
Okay.
So that's a difficulty 3 again?
Yeah, 2 up to 3, and then back down to 2 because you have assistance.
Oh, but down to 2, okay. I'll suspend the momentum this time. God damn, I'm gonna fucking reroll again. There we go.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And with first, yeah, you actually are able to knock down all these 4 guys in one barrage. Your turn is over, unfortunately. A lot of them are down, squirming on the ground. One of them retreats back to one of the computers and starts entering in commands. And a rumbling is heard all throughout the building. Alarms blare. You hear explosions all throughout the facility. If we don't get in there, they're gonna destroy this entire facility. One of them shouts.
Oh yeah, that's the plan when it's our turn.
One of them attacks the Baron's men. Is that right? That's right, that's right. One of them throws himself at the Baron's men to attack him. He just runs her through and she drops to the floor. The other one steps back and takes a shot with their pistol. Laser pistol at one of the Baron's men. Because that didn't work out. Maybe don't stab the guys trained with swords. That's a thought. Misses. This guy steps back and helps defend this guy standing in his way. This side, they're caught up between 2 sides at the moment. They hear the rumbling. This guy begins to move back. Sees you and your group there, especially all his downed friends. He draws a sidearm.
Oh, buddy.
And shoots at you. And misses terribly. This guy looks behind him, looks ahead of him, grabs something off his hip and starts talking into it.
Oh no. Yep.
Wait. I spent 6 threat.
Mhm.
More reinforcement starts pouring in. Varder, it's at the top of this new round that your mecha is flying along with Major Yemek as you notice that there is a constant barrage going into the planet. And you get a communication from in your suit. Get you a marker there. From Star Captain Koshi. Mobile Armor, what exactly are you doing in this field? If you get too much closer, we're bound to hit you as well.
We were inbound to reinforce, Star Captain.
I'd hurry if I were you. I just saw a lot of very angry men of the Baron with blades drawn. I don't think they're going in there to help Captain Pend because I am hearing no communication from the Baron's office at the moment. So whatever you're going to do, I would do it quickly.
Just in the suit in general. Question. As in, can the Baron's man that's currently sitting in the cockpit hear this?
Yeah, the Major overhears this and kind of looks over her shoulder, kind of like, what the hell? Inside security, difficulty of 1.
That's the... Am I about to have to stun the driver or not question? Psionics for this one, actually, of a...
Execute Order 66.
Oh, it's all for, is there a genuine confusion as a surface thought, or, you know, in that sense for psionics?
I'll take psionics, difficulty of 3. Wait, no. Why did I do that? I spent too much.
Huh. You spent to make it more difficult. Wow. Rat, clearly. Inside security, psionics, yes. That would be a threat to start with. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, we'll do it like that.
All right then.
Sense of panic, and this person is going to be hostile to you.
I'm gonna stun him.
So you draw your phaser and shoot the Major?
Well, it might be a more draw the phaser and suggest he doesn't do anything stupid. Which is probably still on the communications of Star Captain Koshi of Major Yemek, I suggest you don't make any rash actions at this time.
Present security opposed. Who's the one rash? The one being pointed at or the one sitting in an ejection seat?
Oof.
You've seen my engineering skills. Who's to say I haven't already disabled that? I was able to pull some shit.
That's the opposed roll. It's you two trying to out-scare each other.
Yeah. Brilliant. Okay. Are you proud of me, Pend, not just shooting people immediately?
1, 2, and 3. My duty to my Baron is my highest duty. Buying a die.
Yeah. I don't have another one of those medals. What I do have is... Yeah, I could do 2 threat, 3 momentum, 4 momentum, sorry. Math is difficult for me, apparently. You know how it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
6 hits.
6 hits. Yes.
Roll for me 7 challenge dice, please.
I should have asked if I could use Jade. Just like, no, nothing you say phases me. You're too late for that.
The major looks very worried. And they almost look like they're about to lift their hands up, and you can see that he takes a breath and looks like he's going to do something on the panel if you don't do something swiftly. Guys, and he had to avoid injuries. You made me spend 2 threat to not have to surrender right away.
Menacingly charge your phaser.
Shoot his console.
That no. Bad myth.
You just menacingly charge your phaser and say, "It's not on stun anymore."
No. Why are you guys trying to make my rep take a hit?
Hey, I'm trying to make you non-lethally
Acting like
deal
a
with
mirror
this.
harder right now.
His console is not him.
No.
Yeah, but also that console might be the only thing keeping you in the air right. So
Exactly. Yeah, no, we can swift toss try again. Just the added encouragement of I can probably lean forward a little bit on the back of his chair. I'm assuming it's like a linked cockpit, or are they fully separate?
It's a linked cockpit.
Yeah.
You have the right idea.
So it's I can just hi, I'm here.
Opposed roll, you basically have 1 free hit.
Whatever you do, you'll get shot before it happens.
Spending 1 to buy a die.
Not strictly true, but you know.
give him a threat to buy a die.
Yeah, because I've got my threat thing bold. Yeah. Yep.
0. Absolute 0.
That's 6 versus 0.
7 challenge dice, please. Yimmick eventually sits back. Actually, that's the wrong icon. Wrong icon. The major sits back from his panel and folds his arms. Fine, you fly it then. Meanwhile,
The Star Captain's been hearing this entire thing.
do you wish to keep the initiative so Penn can do something while he's being surrounded?
This isn't the first round of combat anymore, is it?
No.
No, so quick to action doesn't apply. Would you like the initiative penned?
Sure, I
Please.
can empty out at least 2 rooms.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Yeah, we'll do that. That's a phrase.
Just
Yeah, we can empty out at least 2 rooms is not what you want to hear from your captain.
I'll take a step. I'll move forward into the next room. Look at the person who just took a shot at me and just ignore them and walk past them. Psychologically, you're nothing to me.
Okay, so Minor, you move into this range band effectively.
Yep, I'm going to shoot all the people by the console.
It's basically shooting into this range band. Mainly this person.
Yeah, primarily that one, but everyone else as well. So a single threat for the reroll.
That's a hit.
Yeah, I'm not going to fish. I'm already gaining. I'll do it.
Bam, 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 bam. You knock out everyone in that room.
I'll swift task.
and punches the guy in the face.
No, I'll literally just walk past him again, like not my interaction, just walk past him again, just looking at him.
Staying in the same range band. Yep.
Yeah, and I'll purposely do this whilst looking at him. Aim the pistol at the three coming in through the fire room and just drop the three of them.
Difficulty of 2.
Do you want to increase it by one because
sorry.
I'm not looking?
3. Well, you're swift tasking, so 3 anyway. Not looking for intimidation 4. -1 because you have help, so 3.
1 threat, 2 momentum. Do I need to spend another for area?
Yes. 'Cause you have to reset the charge.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's a hit.
And that was a diff 2 or diff 3?
3.
One moment.
I'll spend 1 to reroll.
One to reroll.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just need to send a message. And that's 5 dice.
Yep. That only drops 2 of them.
Isn't it one more for each effect you roll?
Yeah, it's 1
Oh, 1
plus.
plus-
Yeah.
Yep, you're right. Yep. So those 3 drop.
Then I just stare at him for the rest of my turn.
Oof.
Rah! For the Baron! And he charges at you after he takes a breath like he is spooked, but he charges at you anyway. Swinging for lethal. Pose daring security.
Oh, buddy.
I spent 2 threat to make him bite you anyway.
Oh, buddy.
Unfortunately, you also have you basically have 1 free success because there's a bunch of Marines with swords.
I'll just spend 1 for the reroll from sidearms.
As you use your
Well,
sidearm to deflect the attack. Plus, you have your sword. So
Is it possible that, like, even with the attack, if I win the contest, more of like a psychological win of like knock the weapon out of his hand and just hold the Mac left to his throat?
yeah, you could make it a threatening gesture, sure.
So that's 4.
You might as well spend that 1 because he needs help. Reroll that 18 because he's a skilled swordsman. That's nice.
Yeah,
It would be a tie if you have help.
Yeah. I'll just roll the Mac left damage. It's not going to do anything.
Yeah. But he is disarmed.
Now you stop that.
If it wasn't for this good captain here, you would be a dead man. I suggest you trust that his blade is quite sharp, and it doesn't look like it has a blunt end. Well, there's the flat. Oh, I'm sure he will not miss with the flat if he really wanted to. The guy grumbles and falls onto his knees.
Yeah, I just look at the Marines. You do know this thing can shoot through armor and set things on fire as well. I'm just gesturing to the pistol.
That's great for ground combat, but I can't see how it's terribly great for space combat.
It can take out a shuttle.
That doesn't make us feel any better. Ladies, this is nice and all, but you all hear the alarms, right? We really should shut off those explosives or get out of here.
Yep, sorry. I'll be back, and I'll run to the console.
Okay, so new round. In the 3rd round, Pen scamper. So Minor, you move into the room. Now what?
I would like to find out what they've done and deactivate whatever they've set off.
It's going to be a difficulty Hold on. We'll call this difficulty 3. Sorry, daring plus security or engineering.
I'll probably go security. Just maybe. You know.
Give a threat. Give a threat.
I'll actually go for a determination spend.
To what value?
I'm just looking at what the mission directives are. 1 second.
Sure, sure.
Would you allow prime directive due to the fact that this facility would have prime information on...
No, that's not how that works.
No, at least let me make a play for it. Jesus.
That's not how that works, though.
I almost want to just spite Grennan, but unfortunately he's right.
Would you allow me to do it by the directive number 2? If we can find out who exactly is behind this, and we're able to rule out who isn't, we'll stand the better chance of establishing a peaceful relation with whoever's left.
I will take that.
Suck a dick. I'm spending 1-on-1, so take a threat.
Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Don't worry, Kismet and Ganymede, they sound very similar. I can understand the confusion.
So that's 4, 6 successes.
But yes, you are able to shut down the explosive procedure.
With the bonus momentum, I'd like to try and download as much as humanly goddamn, or as Tellarightly goddamn possible.
Yeah, you can totally do that. I'll let you spend for that.
Well, I've got 3 momentum.
Varder, as the Major surrenders to you, the Star Captain reports. Got a report from the inside. Looks like your captain has seized control of the facility and deactivated a self-destruct sequence. So, on behalf of the Star Navy, I authorize you, Lieutenant Commander Varder, to arrest the Major for treason. Would you like us to send someone down to collect you, or can you pilot that thing yourself?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this control scheme at all, Captain, and I would rather not turn a surrendered major into a casualty at the moment.
Acknowledged. We will have one of our pilots meet up with you. Major just kind of huffs and seems annoyed with that, but says nothing else.
Get wrecked.
Oh shit, before I forget.
Thank you, Star Captain. I'll be waiting for your ship's arrival.
Pentakismet.
Kismet here.
We'll get the major to dismount.
Presumably.
Immediate beam of a injured personnel.
Okay. Can we take care of that?
Oh, the dying person. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got momentum. Can I spend 2 to get them beamed up to the Kismet for medical attention?
For 2, you can have them rapidly beamed up. And a medical person's going to need to perform daring medicine difficulty of 3 to save that person from death, because they are dying. They've been killed, so you're within that 5-minute window where you have just enough time for someone to get some neural stimulators and rescue them.
Dr. Vameth?
Yeah, I don't think she has a
Presumably.
cautious or a con, but she's definitely a surgeon.
The ship assists with computer plus medicine as a note
And activate the EMH.
for assist. Yep.
Oh, who wants to do what role? Because it's 3 roles.
I'll do the EMH.
Okay, and I've got
I'll
Vameth.
take
1, 2,
Oh, do you want Vameth then?
3.
Ship.
Well, you
No,
got
go,
ship.
go for it.
Yeah, you're not at your max support. I don't think you're still shy.
Well, and the EMH specifically doesn't count.
Oh, yeah, I was
toward-
setting the AMH aside. I meant just people in general. 'Cause you've spent quite a few.
Right, Vameth. Because
I think you guys are okay.
Would you allow the determination spend of a calm mind solves all problems?
I'll take it. Yeah.
If it doesn't, it wouldn't really fit the value. It solves all problems. Come on.
So that's 5 successes.
Oh,
So generate 2 momentum as she is able to resuscitate the fatally injured person.
Hang on.
We've still got the the ship and the EMH, I think.
yeah. It's a computer's medicine.
Yeah.
Look at all these goddamn prisoners.
That's what I like to see.
As she's resuscitated and everyone's starting to get organized. This is Star Captain Koshi to all friendly vessels in the area. Emergency. We have a new attack being mounted upon the low port. Several beasts are rushing toward it. Advise all personnel that can assist to go to area. Be advised that the Baron forces have stood down. Baron is not present at the moment. We are searching for him with our fleet. For the time being, the Lyra is focused on capturing the Baron, but we need someone to defend the low port.
Understood.
This is Maxwell Plank. We're inbound.
This is Captain Penn from the base. I'll see if I can find any information to assist you with deterring them.
Well. Hey, Major. Do you want to help your own people?
Why? I'm due for the execution line anyway.
Believe something as a selfless act might be warranting a stay on that.
Prison security diff 2.
It's worth a shot.
Actually, I don't know why I moved you down. You're in orbit. What am I being dumb about?
So, I'm so confused. What was the
Okay,
Baron's
correct.
game plan here?
Try.
Uh,
I'll use one of those and 2 of those just because I quite like to. Woof. Terrible. I get to reroll one of those. Okay. I know what I'm doing.
But that's kind of
That
why
was-
I was shooting everyone inside the base. It's like, the Baron's men shouldn't be here. They shouldn't even know about this place. Everyone's a goddamn enemy until I clear it out.
That is fair.
And actually, because you called to the Lyra, you're actually able to stop them from escaping. They were going to use a ship to escape, but they were pinned in. They couldn't leave. The minute they took it to any small craft, they were going to be obliterated by the Lyra squadron.
No, could literally just use the milestone from last time where I had cross-species cooperation.
Sure.
It was in the same vein of, no, we need you to work with us here to help your own people. Let's put that in as 37 for a moment.
Oh, that's right. That's what I was going to fix. I was going to fix the. thing.
Well, in this case, he seems like a particularly resigned and stubborn man, so the odds will not beat me. Or mission directive, if that would also apply here.
Which mission directive?
I am not familiar with what our mission directives currently are, actually.
It's in the pins.
They're under
Oh, it is
pins.
pinned. Good, brilliant.
Yes,
I know, it's
it's
like I know what I'm doing.
Prime Directive, Order by Starfleet, which is established peaceable relations, and Directive 010, engaging alien species in battle. Any and all attempts must be made, make first contact, and achieve non-military resolution must be made.
Actually, establish peaceable relations. I'm trying to give this man a chance here
I'll
in a
take it. Yep.
cooperative manner.
You could leave this man to his death, but you're trying to give him an out.
That's enough. I only needed
What do you
2.
suggest, Varder? He reaches his hands out and begins turning the ship toward the low port.
We have an appropriately modifiable mech. Just need to notify the plank to get the canisters filled, and we'll do what we can to spray them in
Those canisters
conjunction
are
with
already
forces
filled.
north. Oh, the tank's already filled. Never mind. We've got the appropriate weapon to calm them down. We just need to go for it.
Oh, that's all. We just have to charge starship-sized monsters that are trying to destroy the capital of the planet. No minor thing.
I believe the Quaqua are very good at death and glory tactics.
That's our women. Us men have a bit more self-preservation tactics.
Well,
Well, in that case, you
Oh
better be good
my.
at dodging.
New scene. As the low port is being charged by basically every creature that the bad guys had left over. Let me move these out of the way.
Awesome.
There are a lot of them.
There we go. Much faster to do it this way. I need to note that certain people are elsewhere in the world doing things. You're here. Nope, too far. Wait, no, don't do it twice. Do it once. You're there.
I'll be right back.
No. You cannot return. I said there's the major. Come here. Come here. Thank you. That's the wrong map. Try again. There we go. I'm going to use the bathroom at the moment because it's a good time for a quick break.
so how's it all? How bad is it looking?
You know, not fantastic. There's like 5 beasts attacking the low port.
Not that many.
Yeah.
I have no idea how I'm going to explain my actions to the Quaqua.
I mean, think it's fairly easy.
So
I warned you.
you went into a hidden base, yes. You found Quaqua, yes. You found multiple groups of them, yes. Even those belonging to the Baron, yes. And you shot them all, yes. Why?
Mm-hmm.
It seemed like the logical thing to do at the time because... Yes.
I mean, you'd received prior warning indirectly from an entity who is quite powerful. Knows many things. It's like I've been trying to warn you and Barter and the captain subtly though, because I didn't know how much our communications were being observed. Because that's a
What
thing
did
we've
I
had with the
miss?
Quaqua before.
Well, yeah, and that's why I just told the captain to get back up to the fucking ship.
Yeah, but I was like, I can't stop doing this research. Because if I do that, then we don't have any countermeasures for these things.
Yeah, so the thing is, if I would have gone down to that facility before we went back to your start of the research like we were going to, it probably would have provided you with some more advantages. It's just,
Yeah.
like, I posted it in, like, Kismet chat. I was trying to, like, talk to Grennan and read that at the same time. It's like, I need a second.
Yeah. I was like, what's a good way to warn that someone high up might be corrupt without people being able to figure that out?
We need to develop we need for that, because honestly, like, this has become such a regular occurrence at this point.
Uh-huh.
But no, we
Well,
don't.
I mean, that's
We don't need a code
that's
word.
why I alluded to it.
I have returned. To answer your question, Myth, give me a roll here. Let's get that out of the way before I forget, because I will forget.
Like, you only need a code word if it's not happening to Pend or Vada.
All right. And
That'll
I'm
get
assuming
it
the
brought
first two
down
things are gonna make it-
4.
make it possible. The trait and the spend.
The trait makes it possible. You can spend your determination toward the second mission directive.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And don't forget, the sensors will bring you down to diff 4.
Yep.
1 momentum.
You mean 2 momentum because you spent determination?
Yep, 2 momentum. Thank you. And focus in artificial intelligence. I am basically devising an algorithm to pinpoint this.
At complication.
Take it. Rerolling that one. Alright. It still hits. And then
Is that
This is from the ship.
5 already?
it's 5 right now. That's 7.
Captain, this is Ops. Sorry, Sensor 2. We're detecting a cloaked vessel warping out of the region. Scale 3, unidentified frame.
Distance to Captain Koshi's ship.
Extreme. Same as us.
Very well.
Her fighters don't have enough power to catch up to how fast this thing's going. Proper capital ship's the only thing that can catch them. It'll either be us or them, or the Kismet, I suppose.
Maybe send.
Or we
the
just let it
Kismet?
go.
This is
A
Captain
cloak
Mist
ship?
to Star Captain Koshi.
Star Captain here. How can I help you, Maxwell Plank?
I've located the Baron. Patching through coordinates now. If you can handle the low port, I'll pursue.
Damn it. Very well, Maxwell Plank. On order of the Star Navy, you are authorized to pursue and capture the Baron's ship.
Beaming supplies to your ship now. And I'd like to spend 2 momentum to create the advantage of, as we're leaving orbit, we're beaming over the chemical supplies to the Star Captain ship to neutralize however many we've been able to synthesize since the last encounter.
Okay. And there's a couple things that make this particular jump interesting.
Uh-huh.
So if you want to warp after them, before we even worry, first off, how much power do you wish to spend into the warp jump?
11.
Oh, okay, you're just gonna roar after them.
Oh, yeah.
So. You're looking at daring plus con, difficulty 3, complication plus 3, because there's a class 3 asteroid field that you need to blow through.
Alright.
K pasta? Oh, how much power you kept?
Yep, keep 4 power.
K pasta.
Uh-huh. Alright, daring con to 3, which is good. Okay. I am going to direct my crew here.
Roger.
Main role. Crew. Starship assist. And then I will direct. It's command. Comp 3 for the direct 2, right?
Yep.
Alright. We generate. I don't know why it rolled twice. Crit twice. That's cool.
So we generate 1.
The plank warps away.
Quick to action.
Yes.
So the question is, do we want the Lorera to try and knock some out, me to try and knock some out, the Kismet to try and knock some out, or for Vala to try and knock some out?
Uh-huh. So here's my thinking. I think we have Varder go first because he's equipped with the easiest way to like knock one out for sure. But
Well, I was thinking, because we've dealt with these and these before, that the console may have more information on the breed we've not dealt with before.
So focus on the ones we have dealt with before.
Yeah, and I can possibly try and deal with the one we've not dealt with before.
Very good.
So who's moving first?
You want to pepper spray?
Yeah, if you want, go pepper spray the 2 purple ones. Pinky purple ones.
All right. Let's go, Major. The closest ones with wings.
So to move up to here is an action. Because they basically have to, they can't just run over, they have to use the little rockets to rocket over to one of them. That action, since they're friendly, they can just do that act. Let's see if they generate any momentum. They generate 2 momentum.
Brilliant. And then we have quick to action.
Well, you already had Myth warp away to chase that person.
Oh, true, yeah. So
You
that was
clicked
quick
over
action,
to
yeah.
them.
But getting close enough is something.
You
Make
can
swift task?
you can have Yimmick try to swift task shoot at this thing. They're looking at a diff. Which ones are you attacking?
Purple.
Diff 3 because of that type of creature. Diff 4 because of swift tasking.
Maybe not.
I would say not, yeah. I don't know how good this guy is at shooting, but
He's okay. He's. I'll give you his dice actually because he's a friendly now. More or less. He's rolling 14 with a focus. Plus the suit is helping, but you know the suit's sad. Think small craft. These things stats aren't that great.
the suit was critting every single time before, remember?
Huh, yeah, that's true.
The suit was the real MVP. Hell, we could be a diff 4 shot though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might as well just be a save resources one. Maneuver and I'll shoot because that's a specialty of mine. In fact,
Actually, one thing Major points out as it's kind of hard to shoot until we tap down, but I might be able to fire our grapple cables out and maybe slow it down. That will make it focus on us, though. But it will turn
Well.
it away from the city.
2 lives against how many?
Some 52,000. All right. I hope this works. So this is a difficulty. Normally diff 0, but it's diff 1 to fire because of swift tasking to fire the cables.
Sure.
Do you want them to buy any dice?
What does he have a talent that'll give him a reroll?
No.
Yeah, it was more a question of do you want to give him a threat or momentum? Up to you guys.
It's only a diff 1.
Alright, go for it, fella. Wow.
Well, nice.
Is that enough? Okay. 2, 3. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 hits.
Woohoo!
So it fires little grapple cables from its torso and it locks into the beast. The beast just starts screaming, and then its heads turn and look at the mech. Well, that got its attention.
It seems like it.
Could you spend 2 momentum to say that it also got the beast next to it?
You could. Maybe it noticed.
And then
Maybe it
just
gets
fly
angry
away.
attacking its friend.
Yeah, see it. Yeah, okay, sure, we'll get some attention. The Major won't like it, but oh well.
See, Vad, do you like how he does this when it's not his ass on the line?
Yeah, I do like how it's like, oh, yeah, no, you can take more aggro. I'm like, I can technically, but goddamn, you're quick to volunteer me for
Yeah,
it.
he does it to both of us.
It's because I believe in you.
So I'll
Uh-huh.
have these guys take their turn and start attacking the little mech. Because it shot at them.
I don't know what it was.
I was kind of hoping it was going to just break out of the grapple. Unfortunately, I think it's going to attack us. Brace for impact. Wait, what am I doing? And he immediately starts firing up the plasma cutter on the other arm and starts swinging back at it to try to get it from stop attacking you.
Yeah.
You can actually choose to do this instead with daring control.
Daring
you're in the
control?
co-pilot.
Daring control?
I'll
Oh,
take a 20 roll. Let's go.
Daring security. I'm awake. Basically, you're doing a melee attack with the suit.
Pacific
Makes
Rim.
sense.
I am just fighting a kaiju right now in a mech suit.
The Major and Varder are
I
are
could
dual
do a thing
grifting.
earlier. Ari, give me a second here, please. Yes. No, I realized I didn't roll that earlier when I used the determination again. To convince him to not just actually go back in. I'm a smart man, I swear. I don't forget anything ever.
Lies.
Okay. I don't have a bad daring security. I don't have a focus.
What? You don't have a kaiju fighting focus?
Or mecha focus.
I mean, unless tactical systems works because I'm inside of a ship, technically.
yes, this is a tactical system.
Brilliant. Okay.
I'm going to increase the complication because you are in an unfamiliar layout.
That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have anything to help me with
Oh,
that.
I forgot. These guys all give me things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5 threat for them showing up.
Oh,
Forgot about that.
delightful. Okay. So,
Well, good for them.
yeah, we'll go with the bold security. Give you, wow, 1 and 2. Yeah. 1 threat, 2 momentum.
It spends one of its own threat pool because they all have that.
Oh,
I forgot these things are kaiju monsters and they're supposed to be scary.
I don't like that.
don't worry, Vada. You can take on a second one.
Yeah, be fine.
uh, 0 hits.
See. Oh, we've got 2 float.
Oh,
Hmm.
there's damage coming because you're swinging back at it.
Oh, does the ship assist? Question mark.
Oh, it does. Yep.
Oh.
With weapon security.
A lad of a ship. We've got 3 float. Great.
Spend 1 to reroll.
No.
We're not trying to hurt it. This is more of congratulations, we hit it, so it didn't hit us.
Ah.
Mhm.
The Major points out that these things have been fairly invulnerable. The most they've been able to do to these things with their cutters is make them back off. They haven't been able to kill them.
I mean, given we're not actually trying to do damage, we're just trying to keep it. Could we have it that it's in this little thing with our grapple cables and everything on it, and this little melee, we're able to just either physically move it or it stumbles that way because there's cables around his legs or something.
For 2 momentum, you can knock it down effectively.
Well, I think my question is, what is this particular amount of damage? Is that going to make it go?
I think it's invulnerable.
Well, actually, there are things you can stagger certain invulnerable foes. Unfortunately, that is not enough to do it.
Yeah.
Any other ideas for that floating momentum, fellas?
I'd say reroll for damage. Try and get
Trying
enough
to
damage
stagger
to
it.
stagger it.
Yeah.
I mean, for shiggle's sake, sure, let's go. 5? That's, I mean, it's got vicious on it, so that is
3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
10.
8, 9, 10. Yep. It is. I gain a threat as it roars in anger, and all the other ones hear it. But it seems dizzy.
okay. Yeah, I did get the title Mecha Varder earlier today.
Yeah.
Mecha Varder. As opposed to, Mecha Stalin or something.
Are you trying to compare me to someone there?
No.
I hope not.
This one will spend 2 of its threat to keep the initiative because it sees its friend being attacked, and it doesn't like the little metal box that's doing it. Rar.
roar?
You're being-
Sorry,
You gonna add an XD onto that as well?
that roar sounded so calm.
Sounds like a noise a Thatton would make.
That cat's gonna be doing laughter on the ship for days. Spending to buy extra dice.
Okay, I will. Might do. Yeah, we'll do the 1 and 2 again.
Okay.
As I Nelly flip that out of my face. Woof! That's astonishingly terrible. For me, in particular.
Oh, and the ship, because you rolled something.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll find out. I might need to.
Oh.
3 hits? Okay. Huh. The odds will not beat me. And this is a big odd.
Yeah. You're fighting 2 starships and a scale 2 mecha.
This is a big odd.
This is a big off.
We're getting some good sentences in tonight. folks.
Oh my god.
Oh.
And I did save my bold reroll though. There we go.
Okay.
And let me. Yes!
Trade!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
See, Major? We're not gonna die immediately.
Punch. Punch.
I can barely see the sun.
You don't need to somewhere
There's
we're
a
going.
tangle of wheat. Turn goes back to you guys.
Well, we had a float. We want to use it.
We have a float. Do they have any resistance or is it just flat?
There is no resistance from the attacks the mecha's doing.
Okay, we've got 1 momentum and a dream.
One momentum in a dream.
Sorry, am I throwing out quotes today?
This is good.
Spend the 1 and 1 from the pool to make an advantage of some sort?
Oh no, I was just gonna do the 1 to reroll the damage when we got an icon, so hey.
That works.
That's 12? So we're stunning it too? Maybe?
Oh, it's already stunned. You've already done that.
Oh, we already did that, never mind. Oh well. We hit it
You
just
did
for
add
fun.
to a stress marker, so it might flee the field if it takes enough stress.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. I got a threat because it got staggered at all. It
Yeah,
roars. and
that's
it's
the
angry
reason
when
I
it
was
did
like,
that.
oh, you didn't do the thing that happened to the last one. I didn't stun it.
Is it possible to, from this console where they were all being held, to try to affect any of them?
Unfortunately, no. You can pull information from the computer, but the pheromones that they deploy, the drugs they use on these things, has already been done to them. They're too far away.
If that's
Yeah, I will point out that if you guys hadn't gotten the formula, this is where you'd get it from. This is how you'd get the counter formula. You'd get it at this battle
yeah, well,
if you had the facility.
yeah, I was saying that to Smith while you were away from keyboard for a second. If I could just read quicker whilst talking to Grinning during that scene, I probably would have given him the advantage of having the stuff.
You can, for 2 momentum or a presence plus science difficulty 2, communicate to Grennan what the formula that the plank basically made up, except it's the other. It's a way to control these things rather than pacify them.
Do we want to control them?
No?
I think we might want to just pass to the Larira and have them try and deploy the pacification stuff that I beamed over.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So you want Starcamp Koshi to do something?
Yeah.
All right. She is going to order a. She's going to load up some fighters and have them bombard one of the targets. Who do you want her to shoot? With the
With the gas.
With the gas, yeah.
Gas bombs.
Could we spend...
Maybe go with the red one.
Just to
I
say,
don't know what its capabilities are.
could we spend extra for, say, area?
They're too far spread out. Actually, these two are actually close enough that area could work.
Then, like, do an area and do a swift task hit, maybe the red one? Or
Yeah, we can try.
red one first, then swift task.
Let's try and go for red one first, I think.
Okay. Yes, we'd like to knock out the big red lizard, please.
So you're focusing on him first? Okay. All wings report in. Load up with the Federation gas. Target the largest creature approaching the low port. Aim for the mouth as much as you can. And a bunch of fighters, basically every fight of the Lorira can deploy, suddenly spill out and do a swooping attack. From your perspective, Varder, you just there's a alarm on your sensors of basically 12 plus small craft zooming across and blast and then firing, dropping bombs or missiles into the beast. Large explosions start going off. Hopefully she didn't shoot wide. She's gonna spend her determination.
I
The
love
Steel
that.
Prince guides the fate of all. She really doesn't want this to go wrong.
He's got two kaijus trying to eat him, and the Lorira is trying to carpet bomb him.
Star Naval strategy and tactics for focus. How hard is this thing? It's actually pretty hard. Diff to hit this thing's 4. She only has 2. She's getting help from the ship. Do you want her to have more dice?
Yes.
How much more dice?
What do you need?
She's currently rolling a 17. She has 2 hits because of her value. She
yeah.
needs 2 more.
Yeah,
plus
just-
her ship's
I'll just give you 2.
2. So she's up to 4. Or just 2 momentum or 2 dice.
I'd probably say just the 2 momentum, so 3 dice, already 2 hits on a diff 4.
Yeah, should be good enough.
On a 17?
Yeah, on a 17. She has ship assist.
Eventually it'll load. There we go.
Technically that's a hit as well, because you rolled command. So that's 5 successes. 6.
So this one gets bombarded. It looks very confused.
Swift task.
We had effect. We hit. I don't know if that worked.
We'll find out in a second.
Swift task. You want to attack these guys?
Please.
Spend 1 more to create an area. Actually, yeah, she needs to spend 1 more to create an area effect. Star Captain stops commanding and actually stands out of her chair and walks over to one of the consoles and starts entering the commands herself to fire from the Lorira.
Oh, I hope she's accurate.
And this is the day we killed Varda.
The kaiju fight was ended by an orbital strike from an allied vessel.
It did the job.
She does not have her determination anymore. She's looking at a diff. She's swift tasking diff 4 task to hit them.
Yeah,
Drain
give it.
momentum pool.
Yeah, give it a 3.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Well, the first one's a hit.
It's still a hit.
Oh yeah, 'cause you said it says 17.
That's because she was commanding the wing. She actually had to walk over and fire it from the ship.
Oh, okay. Well, so she's still hit, we just got comp.
Oh, that's unfortunate. So,
Hey, Vader!
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You might want to hit that ejector button, bud.
Nah,
on
we'll
the
be fine.
Kismet, Captain, the Luriro just fired a nuclear missile, heading for the surface.
What now?
Varder, get out of there!
Woof! And a massive explosion engulfs all three of them.
Yeah, no, that ain't happening, Chief.
Oh.
Oh, buddy.
Nah, we're fine. I've got a thing for this.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, but you've also
Might not
forgot.
matter though.
You forgot a minor problem.
What?
This is a vacuum.
What? This is a vacuum?
Yeah. This is
Okay, I still got
space.
a thing for this.
Well, thin atmosphere.
Yeah.
2,
I'm not sure what you're meaning, actually.
10, 12,
As in barely any atmosphere.
17.
So,
That's 7.
so
Oh, yeah,
if
no,
this
I'm
thing if this thing goes up, you're in barely any atmosphere from a nuclear blast.
I will be fine, Pend.
So yeah, what you could do is you could use your metal to half this down to 8, and
That's
then
for
use your
personal
other
damage.
metal to.
Well, it's gonna hit the ship first anyway.
Yeah, no, that's for personal damage. You guys are getting way ahead of me here. I have things to
Oh.
help the ship.
That's actually too many dice. Because it'd be security plus. Oh no. Wait. What? Hold on. I haven't shot from a ship in a while, so I want to make sure this is doing what it's supposed to do.
I mean, to be fair, we usually destroy you before you get the chance to shoot from a ship.
And we'll figure it out, because I have... I mean, there's no point saying keeping this close to chest. When we take breachers, I may use the Karragat Order of Heroism to ignore. The unfortunate side is we don't have momentum, so that's me suffering a personal complication to ignore breaches to the ship. I've done that before, I got spaced, but hey. We will see what is necessary.
There it is. Jeez, that took way too long. They don't use scales per damage. Said they use that plus security. Right. That's what makes sense. So it should be 4 and 3, which is 7. So the first 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I mean, where most of it is anyway.
Yeah, most of it's there.
Oh, it is missing that final 2, though, so, you know.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah, I feel like that's a breach.
With resistance of 4. Yep. That's enough. This thing has plating, but oh, it's even worse.
Yeah, I don't actually...
4 or more damage is enough.
I don't
Because this
actually
thing
have
is
this
uses
sheet.
Polar's Hull.
Yeah.
How much damage? Minus 4, so 11 minus 4. 7.
Uh-huh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The hull hasn't lost polarity. So
Brilliant.
it's not 2 breaches.
And actually, here's a question: when you have damage, doesn't it round down?
What are you talking about?
The when you use the metal that halves damage,
We
does
haven't
it
done
round
that
up
yet.
or down?
When the character would suffer damage.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I said already.
Oh,
Thankfully, nuclear warheads don't have the multiple breach high yield benefit.
Mm-hmm.
They have vicious instead. Well, that's unfortunate. On breach structure, its structure is disabled. That's super bad.
I was carrying an order of heroism. I'll just take a personal complication to ignore the breach.
The glass around you shatters, and the cockpit is exposed.
Oh, could be worse.
Fitness plus con difficulty of 2 to reactively grab at a emergency mask, so you don't immediately start suffering from
Mhm.
lack of oxygen.
Okay. So I've got that. I have not used my bone juice in a minute. I can use my bone juice.
Bone juice.
Juice them bones.
If I use the bone juice, I'm at comp 4.
Juice them bones.
And you said it's a what? Fitness
Con.
con. And it's a diff 2?
Yes.
I will... No, we won't do it that way. Ha ha ha. The, I feel it in my bones. Value. For, that little bit of something bad's about to happen foreshadowing kind of thing. It's, oh, we're already reaching for it.
Yeah, I'll take that, sure.
Because I've got bones connected to the ocean. They connect me to the ocean. And they're all knowing. It's
There we
weirdly
go.
complicated. And we'll
The
just...
hip bone's connected to the mind bone.
Yes, it is. And that is 2 more successes right there. Because augmented fitness. Almost complicated. And does the major need to do this as well, or because it was a personal complication, it's only affecting me?
Yep, I have to
Yep.
roll for him as well.
Oh,
He would like a momentum, please.
yeah. Yeah. I think he's fine.
Yep, it actually generated 2 momentum.
Brilliant. But it's a better complication than our structure being gone.
So the nuclear, it's true. The glass shatters, various, the whole, you hear an electrical crackle all around you as the polarized hull somehow, you manage to very quickly change the polarities of the hull plating, which saved the hull and saved the structure. Unfortunately, the glass wasn't reinforced in that way, so the overcharge just, it wasn't so much the nuclear explosion that destroyed the glass, it was the last little bit of charge that ran through it and blew it apart.
Yeah, that's gonna leave a mark. By that I mean a tan
Yeah.
nuclear weapon.
These 2 creatures just took a lot of damage. I gained 2 threat because they got injured again and staggered again, so they actually lose 2 turns instead of just 1. But they also took more damage, so ow. They're actually looking pretty beat up and very confused.
We've also got quick to action. Grennan.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What's Grennan gonna do? Finish the job?
Get them out of there.
No, what? We're fine.
Are you fine?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay.
I still have personally not gone.
The hell was that?
A nuke. Do you have any more obvious questions? Or are you gonna do something?
Nuclear warhead, Captain? They're antiquated explosive devices?
I know what they are.
Ah, of course, sir.
Not quite sure what Grennan can do here. I don't think we have a good way to pacify them.
Maybe order the Kismet to fire a modified torpedo with the chemicals in it to detonate above the creatures.
I mean,
Question
we
is,
have
do they
access
have
to
it
the.
yet? Because I
Yeah.
specifically spent stuff to give the Larira.
Can we spend 2 to just give it to Kismet as well?
For 2 momentum, I'll say that the Larira has been passively, one of the officers on the Larira has been passively shipping some of it over to the Kismet.
Yeah, because otherwise the Kismet doesn't have much of an option for that. So, yeah, let's see if we can load that into a torpedo tube and launch it at these guys.
Yeah, just like high detonate it right above them. The gas will float down and do its job.
It does really need to go off right next to the head because it dissipates almost immediately once it hits once it breaks its shell. That's
Then-
kind of what the whole study was about.
Then fuck
Fire
it,
a bomb.
we'll dome him
Then
with a
load 'em into
torpedo.
a probe and
Just gotta make sure we hit him
Say
right.
again, people were talking over each other.
in which case, Throlic, see to it that that chemical is loaded into a torpedo casing. Get ready to fire on my mark.
All right, 1 threat to fire a torpedo.
Yep.
You're looking at
And this, yeah,
control plus security, difficulty 2, assisted by weapons plus security. Because thankfully these
And
things
does
have
our
pretty
ra-
big mouths.
and does rapid targeting come into play at all?
No, not in this case.
Okay.
Do we have
that's
enough
fine
for
by
a
me.
second torpedo?
Their mouths are not a subsystem. I feel like mouths are a subsystem.
For the if you swift task and spend another threat, you could possibly torpedo the other guy.
So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna order. I'm gonna direct.
Okay.
I'm gonna direct her to do that.
Okay.
Should I refrain from spending?
Spend 1.
1 threat for bold jam. Focus and explosives.
Yes.
Okay, you're already swinging out.
Poof.
And
One of
the
them explodes.
ship.
Jax, you can generate momentum doing this.
And we'll swift and hit the other one.
So yeah, I can swift task and direct again.
Do you have crisis management or something?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Cool.
So does Throlic. It's not helpful right here, though.
Yeah. It comes in handy in situations where she might be the person
so-
in the.
Take 1 threat for a 3rd die and 1 threat for a torpedo.
Okay.
Oof.
Reroll number
Oof.
20. Alright. Ship. Oh, we still hit.
Yeah, we still hit, but man, that was a run of bad luck.
Poof. And all the monsters have been pacified.
2 of them are pacified with a nuke.
There are 2 of them that are very stunned, and we're just sitting there with a squirt gun ready to just go.
Yeah. It's a
Well, no,
spray
that
bottle
nuke
in their
did
face.
have the payload.
Oh, it pacified.
Oh.
Okay. They-
The torpedo team screwed up and they didn't take out. They said, "Oh, you want both the gas and the nuke." Koshi's like has her hands going, "You idiots are going to be farming for the next 10 years."
It's like,
Kill somebody.
I know the man in the ship with me is a traitor, air quotes, but I'm in here too.
Shot a nuke at us. We didn't mean
Shot
to.
a nuke at me. Just imagine this: the dust is settling. I lived, bitch.
I lived.
Whatever. That makes this major story look even more better. Like,
Yeah.
coming out of this fight and a nuke cloud with 2 pacified monsters. Great.
Fudge muffins and horse manure. Hold on.
You can
That
communicate
fixes
with it right now with all of the radiation that's here. How much is that messing with my compatch?
Yes, this is the point where you guys might want to pull back.
Says you.
Yeah, coming from the guy who wanted to send him further in.
New scene as we cut to the Maxwell Planck in pursuit. Planck is at full power.
All right.
Your antiquated nukes cannot stop me.
Cut that music because you're at 11. Presumably, you're going to pull up your shields because you're chasing after a hostile target.
Yep. I certainly intend to.
Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. That doesn't help you. You can't see what's happening. As we cut over to a new scene, the Maxwell Planck catches up to a modified Romulan scout craft that's at Cloak, trying to warp away from you. But at extreme range, at long range sensors, you detect there is a Lagnip class quad carrier that is preparing to launch its fighters and attack you.
Communications hailing frequencies. No encryption.
Frequency. Frequency open.
Baron, stand down immediately. I've been authorized by Star Captain Koshi of shit, I can't remember what it's called. Star Navy, right. Of the Quaqua Star Navy to arrest you for actions committed on I can't remember the name of anything.
Liliri.
Liliri. Thanks.
No response.
Very well. Lieutenant Max, set a
Captain.
torpedo to detonate 2 kilometers off the port side of the cloaked vessel. I want to get their attention.
I'm getting a threat for this.
Yep.
Typical.
Control plus security. Difficulty of 4, because you're basically targeting not to hit him. Weps plus secured to assist.
Right.
Oh, and you're at red alert because you're firing your torpedoes. Oh, helps if I do this.
2 momentum and a threat, rolling 4 dice for the crew task roll. Alright. And then weapons. Security assist. We generate 1 momentum.
Torpedoes go flying out and explode very close to the little craft. There is, and it's so close that the brilliant flash of energy highlights the silhouette of the craft. Like it's that bright.
Baron,
that
you have been
close.
ordered to stand down.
Roll for me 6 challenge dice.
Alright. I'll spend 1 reroll too.
Okay.
Alright. 6.
Do you end your turn?
Yes.
This is Baron Udek. I surrender. Don't kill me. The ship decloaks. And has power and leaves its weapons powered down. This ship goes.
Yep. I was gonna say they're not gonna let you get away that easy.
They maneuver up. The fighters refrain from launching.
Fighters on a Quaqua carrier refrain from launching.
And they fire a nuclear warhead at the vessel.
Mhm.
Oh.
Well, that hit.
Mhm.
Oh, that's why it's doing it wrong.
Uh-oh.
Mhm.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It suffers 2 breaches from the nuclear blast. Swift task. It's not destroyed yet. And it opens fire with its particle cannons. Diff. Diff 3, 4. So it's a very hard shot, but they might get lucky. No. Nope. They rapidly try to open fire on it with their particle cannons, but manage not to destroy it. Turn goes back to you.
Would it be worth just to move up, tractor, turn round, and peace out?
That's honestly what I was thinking of doing, yeah. Helm, get us into close range with the Baron's ship.
That requires an impulse. They'll eat up 1 of your power.
Mhm. Tractor the ship.
You'll need the Swift task. Or
Mhm.
keep, rather, because it's someone else on your ship doing something.
Um. Technically, maneuvering over there was a diff 0 task that I didn't roll for, correct? That we didn't roll for?
Yep. In this case, I'll let you roll the con roll, assisted by Engines Con. Just because of the situation you're in is pretty dire, so I'll give you a bit of a break.
Thank you. One threat for an extra die. To accrue.
That's not how dice work. There we go.
Damn it. Fantastic. Complication and 2 momentum.
Complication is that unless you're gonna quash it.
I have no way aside from the 2 momentum to quash it. So Nope.
Do you have no metal?
medals can only be used for your own rolls. This is my ship roll.
Right.
The shields of the vessel are down, and the structure is compromised to a point that if you tractor and warp with it, you're gonna blast it apart.
Got it.
I said I'd give you a break. I didn't say I was gonna be nice.
That's absolutely fair. Let me see what I have.
What you could do is you could momentum spend to keep the initiative, and just move away.
That doesn't really accomplish anything here.
Yeah, because so far what's happened, that roll was moving up, and then momentum spend was already done to possibly tractor this. And we're like, oh, let's resolve that maneuvering over thing.
Wait. So we could
Oh.
we could just move Swift, tractor, keep initiative, warp.
No, that's what I can't do because the complication that I got was that this ship's structure is too badly damaged. It'll disintegrate if I try.
You know, but if we pay off the complication, we can just give him threat for the extra Swift and for the keep.
For the threat.
Yeah, with threat, just give him more threat to keep and Swift.
Yeah, okay, we could do that.
Although I'll save you that. I'd spend a 2 threat to have that happen anyway. Because I'd have 2 threat to be able to create a complication.
So might as well just keep our momentum.
Yeah, so that's why I am pausing and thinking because my easy ways out are no longer there. So I'm trying to figure out what I have as resources I can spend, basically. So I'm probably going to have to spend those 2 to keep
Swift.
or Swift. Those are two different possibilities I can go with.
Didn't you already spend the keep initially? We were just recovering?
What?
That was my math.
No, so we first thing we did on this turn is move over, and right now we have it sitting as we've moved over, rolled to move over belatedly, and we have a complication on the table, and I'm debating what to do next.
I got you.
Yeah.
Do you have determination?
I don't, but I do have milestones I could spend. So yeah, that's another thing I'm looking at.
Because surge of activity is a thing you could do as a hero.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, because you're right. It's the ship that moved. You can't surge the ship. That's right.
The ship has to keep.
Yeah.
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 Although don't forget, Myth, if you haven't gone already, you can direct at some point.
I can, yeah. I'm keeping that tool.
Oh, I suppose you could keep to yourself. I didn't even think of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I can keep to myself. Basically, what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to figure out what tactic to use because I have the 2 momentum to stay doing things. Dropping shields is a minor action, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Also, like minor beam them, keep, then raise shields.
Then I'll have to raise shields, yeah. If they want to fire on a Federation vessel, that's their problem. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Minor drop shields, spend 2 to keep. The ship's going to beam the crew of the cloak ship, previously cloak ship aboard.
Difficulty 3, sensors engineering.
Sensors drops it by 1. Diff 2. 1 threat.
Okay.
Alright, so we generate 2 momentum,
Swift task.
which is swift task. Raise shields. Alright. Pass.
They fire another torpedo at the craft.
Oh, it's dead.
Oh, it's quite dead.
Gain 2 threats. I hit that way better than I needed to.
Problem is, it's dead right next to the plank.
Yep.
Woof, and it explodes, resulting in an antimatter explosion that goes off right next to you.
Yay!
Yep.
Thankfully, your shields are up, so
Hmm.
this won't hurt too much.
Hopefully.
Uh, 3 and 3, so 6 challenge dice. Why not?
5.
We roll some whiffs there.
Okay. So that's 6 total, right?
Yeah, because it's vicious
Yeah.
and
-4. That's
oh, I
only
take
2.
that back. It's 3 piercing. Piercing 2 per
piercing.
effect. So 1, 2,
Oh.
3, 4.
Is
minus
piercing
4
and
with
vicious,
the-
or it just has piercing?
just piercing?
Okay.
Just piercing 2, I should say. Sorry. So it explodes. It does. Your shields take the hit, and it sucks, but you're
Yeah.
doing pretty good considering.
Yeah.
Turn goes back to you.
Lieutenant Max, get a security team to the transporter room. Comms, get me the captain of that starship.
Hailing, no response.
Can we ID them?
This is actually going to be a task roll of. I'll spend it to make this a little hard. A little harder, I should say. Reason con, difficulty 3, assisted by computers con.
All right.
It's almost like Myth has a good it has a con ability, reason ability.
Yes, but
That
I'm not
makes your-
doing this. This is my ship doing this. Crew.
Oh.
take a threat.
Sure.
I'd like to leverage the trait of adaptive. My crew is rolling with the punches here, basically.
At complication.
All right, take it. Lowering the difficulty by 1. There. Rolling 3. Computer's going there. All right. We generate 2 momentum. No, 3 momentum.
Whoops! I almost named this the wrong thing. That would have been very silly. That would have been the wrong species.
It's the HMS Larira.
She would not be this soft-handed about it.
And thus begins the Quaqua Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
Can we not take Grenin anywhere without a civil war happening?
Really can't. Can we?
OSS. Oh.
Ship designation, according to Quaqua translation, the Order of Steel Amsar. That's not a legal designation for a starship, especially of that class. Order of Steel are like mechas, ground vehicles, tanks, that sort of thing.
Confirmed. Sensors, you have a full record of everything that's transpired here?
Aye, Captain.
Very well. Helm, take us back.
You'll need 2 momentum to direct, 'cause I think your crew's out of turns.
Yep. I'll spend.
Warping away is a diff 1 task. No, you're keeping. It's a diff 0 task. How much power are you spending to run away?
We are going to spend 6 power.
6 power?
6 power. Yes. Which is probably the equivalent of something like, Warp 7? They can catch us if they want. Kept 4 of that.
They do not pursue.
Long-range sensors, keep me tabs on that vessel as long as you can.
In the new scene, Grenin. The situation has finally slowed down. Everyone's heaving a sigh of relief because this was pretty close, and thankfully the city didn't suffer any damage. But you're receiving a hail from the Larira.
On screen.
Well, Fleet Captain, it seems we've saved the day once again.
Yes, it would seem that way. We seem to have a knack for it.
Well, that's why they keep giving me medals. I have reports, by the way, that your Maxwell Planck engaged with the Baron's ship. It seems sensors seem to indicate it's on its way back. And I'm getting reports of something rather strange. That my fighters are noticing out at extreme range there might be another Lacnip class out there. But I'm not aware of anyone else here other than myself.
That's bizarre.
If you could contact your ship and figure out what's going on here, I'd much appreciate it.
All right, I'll do that. Stay by the phone, as it were.
I'll speak with the general and start organizing the reconstruction efforts and the investigation into what exactly the Baron was doing down there.
Right. I'll keep you posted.
She nods and the screen goes blank.
see if you can raise a line with the Maxwell Plank.
Maxwell Plank is also probably trying to raise a line to you.
They're hailing us.
Perfect. On screen.
Captain, good. I need to speak with Star Captain Koshi as well.
Ah, boy. We are all just missing each other today. Lieutenant Thralic, would you be able to raise Captain Koshi?
Stand by. Eventually, Koshi pops onto the screen.
Sorry to bother you so soon, but right after we got off with you, we received a hail from the Maxwell Plank, and it sounds like they have something to tell you. I don't know what it is. I haven't heard yet.
Star Captain, Fleet Captain. I was able to make the arrest of the Baron with some incident. He fled on a cloaked ship, and we were met by a vessel designating itself as the OSS Amsar, which
OSS.
attempted to destroy the Baron's vessel successfully. However, I managed to retrieve its crew before that was accomplished. I have long-range sensors attempting to track the vessel currently.
OOS. Order of Steel.
Confirmed. Sending specifics now.
Is this me?
This is Myth,
Myth.
but you're trying to keep track of where that ship's going.
Yeah.
So that'd be difficulty 1 then.
Because it sensors you.
I just roll that straight. Yeah.
Alright. So we generate 1 momentum off that. The vessel refused all hails and was posturing with violent intent when I departed.
See, Star Captain Koshi, admittedly, we're in your neck of the woods. Would it be safe to designate this as a openly hostile vessel?
She thinks for a moment, sits back in her chair. What is going on out here?
I do not know, Star Captain, hence why I am returning.
Well, it sounds like there are people who are going to stop at nothing to either retrieve the Baron, either alive or dead. We have to keep a close eye on him.
Understood, Ops. We have their location as the Clio system.
Clio system. Commander, Pat? No, the nav.
And Grennan walks over to Wittergast. What do we have?
Reason Con difficulty 2, assisted by Computers Con.
Who's for?
Well, I guess I'll get him quick.
Yeah. Oh, actually, his Reason Con is actually pretty decent.
You'd think so.
It's
I
almost
hope
like he's
so.
a pilot.
He's been a pilot with you guys for years.
I'll spend cautious for him.
Brennan gets continually surprised by the oldest crew members having something they've had the entire time.
No. It's. I just wasn't expecting Reason to be a high stat of his.
Navigation requires reason.
Originally,
Yeah,
that was
well-
Vux. Who had
Well,
the
yeah,
high
like that's the
stats.
thing. It's Vux was always our navigator, like astronavigation person. Wittergast doesn't have any focuses for it or anything, so
Was that assisted by sensors, kind of the Kismet?
or
Computers.
Computers.
Whoopsie.
I think that's 2 momentum.
It's as if I designed competent con officers.
I don't know about that.
What are we looking at, Wittergast?
Data. A lot of it.
Yes.
Computer brings up information, and I'll post this in the thing. It is the Celio system is an unclaimed star system within the sector. There's only one M-class planet. There's mostly Class D planets, within the system, and a couple of Class Ls and a Class J. White main sequence star. Celio 3 is an inhabited world that, according to long-range sensors, indicate that there is some sort of exploratory landing zone where starships, small starships, have been known to go to. It has been used as a scouting or a landing and repair facility for the Quaqua and other species that land there. It's more like a general, whoever wants to come down here can come down and fix their small craft and go away. Planets as big as Earth is, dense tainted atmosphere, requires masks if you want to be down there, 60% water. Of the actual inhabitants, people actually from the planet, there are hundreds of inhabitants, so very few people. They are in the they are an industrial age civilization. What little is there? The port is kind of an unmanned spot that the locals haven't discovered, and the Quaqua don't have a prime directive, so they just kind of found a planet, saw there wasn't any hostile forces, made a landing zone, and then they made it sort of as a stop gap place.
Yep. Not something I'm super jazzed about, but well, not our jurisdiction.
It is at this point, Fleet Captain, that unless you want to be further embroiled in the internal affairs of the Principality, it may be best that you stay out of this particular fight. This is sounding... I will take custody of the Baron, and I will see to it that he faces the Prince's justice.
Indeed. Just keep us informed if any developments should arise that requires our presence. We may end up having to, for instance, testify regarding the events here today.
That is very likely. I'll do what I can to make sure it happens at the Petros Starport Authority, but something tells me with something this dire, it may require your presence on the homeworld.
Yeah, of course. We'll try not to go too far. You know where to find us.
G nods. Anything else to report?
As things stand, not currently.
If there was any information located on the Baron's craft, that has unfortunately been lost as I was not able to preserve the ship, only its crew.
Well, we still have the Baron, which is what's
How
important.
did he evade us? Your sensor showed some sort of strange craft that defies sensors.
Cloaking.
Yes, a vessel with a cloaking device, likely purchased from the Chigoans. They made use of such craft during their civil war. We believe
Indeed.
they originally bought that technology from another stellar power.
The Romulans.
I thought Myth was tactfully leaving that out.
Yes, Myth was tactfully leaving that out.
But Grennan
Yeah, it's-
tactfully put that back in.
It's Star Captain Koshi.
What you gonna
Right.
do? Go hunt down the Andromeda?
Yes.
She's still
Oh,
trying.
yeah, that's right. That's right. Forgot about that.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder who set
She'd
her
be
on
an
that.
ally, but it's.
Uh-huh.
Well, I somehow get the feeling I'm gonna have to hand deliver yet another summons to court, but for the time being, I have assumed command of the Luluri system. I'm going to give land command over to the general and the scholar until we can figure out who is next in line for taking hold of the planet. Otherwise, Starfleet, I think it is time for you to hand over our Baron and to continue back to your duties while I attend to mine.
Very good. I'll see to it that you work with Myth on getting the Baron transferred over safely. In the meantime, I'll settle up matters here and prepare for our departure. I should have some parting words with the general.
Very well then. Brennan, Myth.
Very good. Grennan looks around. If you will pardon me, I'll be in my ready. I shall be in my ready room. Lieutenant Thralic, you have the con.
Yes, sir.
Grennan is going to go into his ready room, pull up the link they have to the planet below, and try to get in touch with the general.
General
General M?
Imsaf. You see him standing at the computer panel you're used to seeing him at.
I don't know if you've been apprised of the situation, as it only just recently developed. The Maxwell Planck has managed to capture the Baron.
I've been informed by the Star Captain that he's going to be delivered back to the Prince for justice at court.
Indeed.
I can't imagine a man of nobility turning away his princely given duty to defend one of his worlds. I sympathize with this Order of Steel. I understand their connection back to the homeworld, but there's voicing full-throatedly one's views at court, and there's turning weaponry and alien monsters against its citizenry.
In the words of many a Federation diplomat, there's a better way. Anyhow, we've done good work here today, I think. Considering what we were up against, this could have gone much worse. Far more could have been lost.
Gentleman Grennan, I remind you that you still have a duty to your prince.
Right.
If anyone should accuse him in court and ensure he sees justice, you should be the one that goes, for it was your ships that made sure that he didn't escape.
Indeed, and it's quite likely that we will be summoned back to attend the meting out of such justice. But in the meantime, until the stability of this region is ensured, our presence here could be seen as a destabilizing factor.
Who said anything about your ships? You could simply take passage aboard the Larira. Or take one of your small craft. I've heard that they are almost as fast as our cruisers.
That I could. I could indeed do that. However, doing so would deprive our squadron of its primary leader for an extended period of time.
I see that you run away from your responsibilities once again, gentlemen.
Oh, I do not run away from them. The moment I am called to appear at the court for the Steel Prince in regards to this matter, I will come running.
It is unbecoming of a noble to not rush to his prince's aid in a time of dire. Instead, you wait for your duty to call for you. Is that a common trait of Starfleet?
Duty calls. That's a very human trait. We do not seek we do not seek glory for its own sake.
I
We
speak
simply-
not of glory, but of duty.
Sorry, we do not we do not actively seek a duty to perform, but do so when it is called of us.
How very strange. Oh well. The grace of the prince be upon you. And he cuts the communication.
Pleasant. And Grennan is going to step back out onto the bridge.
And with that, that will be the end of the episode.